summer river. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the lady, praying on our knees. Country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Le Breton's lady, stranger to marauders. Bright and dusty, painted on the sky, mystic taste of divine, there drop in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice in the battle hour. She calls me. The horse gallop reminds me of my home far away. And riding down the hall, I get a feeling that I should have slain them yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, on my horse I shall roam on the roads to Bretonian soul. Even though my quest has brought me far from home, my soul and my heart are still with the lady in Bretonia. Surely heaven, West Bretonia, Montfort Mountains, Grisommery River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the lady, praying on our knees. Country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Le Breton's lady, stranger to marauders. Bright and dusty, painted on the sky, mystic taste of divine, there drop in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice in the battle hour. She calls me. The horse gallop reminds me of my home far away. And riding down the hall, I get a feeling that I should have slain them yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the past. Avalon, West Bretonia, Lady Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home to the past. I belong, West Bretonia.
Good start. I just managed to not code my iPad. Right. Good morning, everyone. It is finally time. After many, many years. Warhammer Fantasy is back. So, I've picked up everything that's needed for the Bretonnians. So I have the Arcane Journal, I have the Forces of Fantasy book, and the big box, the Kingdom of Bretonnia edition. So, the question is, chat, where do we start? Game music at a correct volume would probably be a good idea. Also, hey Dave, over on YouTube. So, yeah, I think I'm allowed to say this, but I'm streaming on both the main YouTube channel and Twitch right now, so if you miss anything, or if you step away at any time during the day, you can then go and watch it over on YouTube. I'll keep it up there. Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of these books, like the Old World books, these are going to be printed indefinitely. You know, as long as the game for these are current edition, these will be printed, so they're not limited in any way. And if you're talking about like the Black Library books, I'm fairly certain there'll be some reprints. It'd be stupid not to. Right, so let's flip this big box around, and by God, this is by far the largest box of Warhammer goodies I've seen. The only box of Warhammer related stuff I've had which is larger than this. You know, I'm not even confident in saying that, honestly, thinking about it. I think only my Warhound Titan box was larger. Yeah. Ooh, I can just fit it under the camera. I've had to move my camera as far away from the desk as possible. I'll twist the ring light away for a second. Alright, so in this box we get this army. Which includes a Lord of Bretonnia on a Royal Pegasus. This could be a Duke or a Baron. 12 Knights of the Realm. 36 Bretonnian Men-at-Arms. 24 Bretonnian Peasant Bowmen. And 3 Pegasus Knights. As well as the hardback rulebook, which we'll be looking through properly. A reference sheet. Transfer sheets. The templates. The dice, and also the whippy sticks. And as you can see, I have been... Well, okay, you can't quite see, because I don't have space, but I haven't opened it yet. It's still sealed shut. So we will be unboxing this together on stream. And, yeah, going through what's in this monstrosity of a box. And yeah, Dave, so the Old World at the moment is, in terms of rulebooks, is this book, the Forces of Fantasy, and the Forces of Evil. In the Forces of Fantasy, you have the, in quotation marks, good guys, which is the Dwarf and Mountain Holds, Empire of Man, Kingdom of Bretonnia, Wood Elf Realms, and High Elf Realms. It's all of those army books in one. And then you also get a army book, like supplement, which adds additional flavor to a faction. I've got the Kingdom of Bretonnia one here. The Forces of Evil will have Orcs and Goblins, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, and Chaos Beastmen in it. And at the moment, only the Tomb Kings have their supplement. Although the Orcs and Goblins one is, well, was announced today. This morning. Right. I think the first thing we should do is open up the box. And have a look at what's in it first. Right. Phoenix Sword, get out of the way. It's not a High Elves moment right now. It will be. But not right now. I can neither confirm nor deny that there have been any tears shed during this stream. Any wetness on my face is just the steam from my coffee. Although I'm probably going to be really bad at lying as I open this box. Because you just got here at the right moment, Aberrant. Hey, Faz. Oh man, that is a very beautiful sight. So, we got our measuring sticks. Good to see these are back. Some very beautiful, but simple glass templates. And then what do we have here? It looks like the... Oh, that's going to be an interesting game. Fuck, we're not playing the game. Alright, hold on a second. Where's the date on these whippy sticks? These are the most modern whippy sticks I have. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see on camera. But these are from 1995. The ones I got in my Heresy box are from, like, the 80s? I think? I'll need to dig them out and find out, but, these are from 1998. And, yeah, Dave over on YouTube says there's confusion. Yeah, basically, if it's not in the books, it's not tournament legal, is basically the rules. As to whether or not it's valid for Age of for Warhammer Fantasy tournament play. Although why you'd be doing tournament play, I don't know. But hey. So, the Pegasus Lord, which I'm assuming this is. If this is the only sprue, I am going to be critical and rather annoyed. We'll talk about that more once we get to actually reviewing the Pegasus Lord. But this looks like it's a Pegasus Lord body. This is our men-at-arms. I'm trying to see where the date is on these. That's not how maths work, Faz. 2003 for Men at Arms in my box. God, I miss how simple the kits were. You know, it's like, there you go, that's just... 4 Men at Arms. They're done. Simple. So, there's our Men-at-Arms with shields. Our Peasant Bowman. How have I... Man. This is 2003 as well. Oh, that looks like the... Everything for Pegasus Lord? Is just those sprues. If this is the only sprue, which makes this one different from a Battle Standard Bearer, I will be quite annoyed. And I think it is just this sprue, this half sprue. In which case, GW need to explain themselves. Oh wow, they really... Yeah, it is just the old Pegasus. Wow, okay. So, there's the heads and wings for our Pegasus. Here's a knight, the 2 head options. So we have 3 sprues of Pegasus Knights. Also 2003. And then we have a command squad for the, well, command sprues for the archers. Although it could be for Men at Arms, I think, as well. I don't know if it was shared kit or not. I suppose we'll find out. And then the glorious knights. A knight errant / knights of a realm. And yes, the fact that we're getting plastic crack in bags is not lost on me. That's okay. So, now there's no artwork on this. That's a little bit of a shame. But Warhammer the Old World, a nice 2-sided like postery thingy, I guess. Not sure what people really do with those. I hoard the nice artwork. But speaking of nice things, that is heavy. The rulebook. So I decided to like look through my books. And I found my fantasy rulebook from back in the day. It's the one from the Island of Blood box set. And just a small difference in the rulebook you're getting in the starter box. Yeah. And we have the instructions for building the models, and also the stat lines for their recommended 1,250 point army. And the basic rules of play for them. Assuming you didn't buy the Forces of Fantasy rulebook to go with it. The return of the light stands as we get into the lower final part of this box. We have our dice. Beautiful little scatter dice, but I'm noticing there's no artillery dice in here, despite that being a thing in this game. And we'll talk about that when we get there. Now we have our bases. These are our cavalry bases, which are the rectangular ones. Flight stands. So, for those who aren't familiar with the old style, because they were being used in 40k until relatively recently, you have a shorter one and a taller one, depending on what height you want the models to be on. Usually, people put a one large one on for their hero or central character, and then two smaller ones for the side Pegasus, basically. Yeah, I'll show you tricks for putting these together in a way that doesn't look horrible as well. Yeah, we have the... I feel like it's optimistic to call this the Kingdom of Bretonnia transfer sheet, because it is just Brion. Which is cool, but this is basically useless to me, outside of the fleur-de-lis. I'm going to see if I can find 3D print files for shields. If not, I'm going to try and commission someone to put together a decal sheet for Bordello. And we have our 25mm square bases, which are from 2001. Right, wow, that's a lot of stuff to go through. So, I think we should probably start with the books, right? If you want to freehand all the heraldry on all of my Bretonians, you can. I trust you can do a good enough job of doing it, but when I have like 96 peasants with shields that all need identical tridents on, good luck. So, right. Have you guys seen the images on social media of everyone queuing outside of Warhammer World, by the way? It was insane. Like, I'm not sure that many people were queuing for the Horus Heresy launch. So I've just noticed something as well. Let's grab them in. The reference sheets, how to play. So the summary is packaged in here as well. So if you need a quick reference, all the basic stuff here. And to be honest, this is most of what you need to know outside of the specific army rules as well, which is nice. I'll have just a quick look over it. So, turn summary, what you do on each turn, how you cast spells, what happens if you fail to cast them, how the movement phase works, how the shooting phase works, and then how combat works. You know, but this is going to be a really handy tome to have. And I hope it is included by default with the rulebook. Alright, first thing I need to do is just that new book smell. It's so nice. Yeah, I think now we should probably talk about why this book is so big compared to my old fantasy rulebook, shouldn't we? Oh, outside of the fact this is a hardback book. Oh, wow, that... Immediately, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to spend so long just looking at the map. I need to bring my microphone a bit closer. Sorry if that made a horrific noise. Prepare yourself to enter a world of battle and death, of violence and madness. Chaos infects this world like a malignant disease, in which there can be no recovery. Logic, reason, and sanity have no place here. Even the land and the air are suffused with raw magic. Ancient trees come alive, men devolve into monsters, and mysterious citadels rise from the earth at dusk, only to fade away by dawn. In this blasted realm, you'll see wonders and horrors alike that you shall carry to the grave. I'm not going to read the entire book. We do not have time to do that. But yeah, so why this book is so much bigger than the old book that I have is because it contains 86 pages of lore and then the rules, which take up around 250 pages. Oh, wow. Seeing the old High Elves, that is a thing of beauty. That really is. I've missed them so much. Welcome to the Old World. Sound the trumpet and beat loud the drums of war, for the weighty tome you hold in your hands is your key to entering a dark and bloody land. It is a world of demons and sorcery, a brutal era of warfare and conquest. Warhammer the Old World, the game of fantasy battles, brings all the action onto your tabletop. You command armies of miniatures in a game that promises bold maneuver, daring riposte, and untold slaughter. That's a pretty good intro. I like that. How this book works. This book contains everything you need to know in order to play games of Warhammer the Old World on your tabletop. For ease of navigation, the book is divided into the following main sections. Warhammer World, the rules, miniature showcase, and Warhammer battles. I don't know. Not as bad as 40k. I mean, the human factions aren't as evil as the Imperium. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily better because you're a medieval peasant. Just what part of the medieval era depends on which faction you're part of. Well, you need an army of citadel miniatures, a tape measure, a battlefield rulebook, terrain, dice, templates, and pen and paper. Or a tablet or your phone, I guess, in the modern day. Those might be a bit more prevalent than a pen and paper, but I commend people who commit to a pen and paper. But also, I suppose we should talk about that, right? So, on this page, we have Orcs and Goblins versus High Elves. And it appears to be all the old miniatures shown here. Which is quite nice to see. Got the Island Blood Sorcerer, Swordmaster's Hoeth, Lothern Seaguard, Silver Helms, Dragon Princes, Lyrian Reavers, Archers, a Prince with a banner, another mage, the Island Blood, 2 Cutters. Ah man, that's beautiful, and obviously lots of boys on the other side. All the stuff that's returning. Yeah, the Tomb King's player showing up with parchment. Yes. Solitaire, you better be making notes. If you don't show up to our game of the Old World with your Tomb King's army and parchment and ink and a quill, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. Yeah, and here we have Tomb Kings versus Bretonnia using the new stuff. Which is cool to see. And some of the old terrain. The World of Legend. The world of Warhammer is a battle-scarred and dangerous place. Around every corner, down every darksome alley, and behind the bole of every twisted tree lurks deadly threats and evil things. For the unwary, the opportunities to encounter a sudden and gruesome end are plentiful. Across the old world, mighty kings and powerful warlords raise glorious armies and grim hordes without number. These rival hosts march to unceasing war, feet stomping to thunderously beating drums, heads held high beneath glittering pennants and ragged banners. Bold heroes stride forth to battle the evil creatures that lurk in the wilds and drive back the forces of chaos and destruction. The pages that follow explore the rich histories and dramatic rivalries that lie behind the many conflicts enacted upon the battlefield, setting the scene for your own battles and offering a taste of each of the races and factions you may encounter. Hey James, how's it going? As James over on YouTube has said, bring your finest parchment. In brackets, army list Duncan tea. Yes, could definitely do that. I'm gonna have to practice my calligraphy again, aren't I? And just like finally write out my Bretonnian list. I'm gonna have so much fun. But also, right, I want to highlight this last section before we go further. The pages that follow explore the rich stories and dramatic rivalries that lie behind many conflicts enacted upon the battlefield, setting the scene for your own battles and offering a taste of each of the races and factions you may encounter. Right, so the following things talked about will be showing up in games, basically, right? That's what that reads to me. I think we're all on the same page with that, right? Feels painful doing that, but I need to be able to read the pages. So the Time of Dragons. Okay, so to kind of summarize, basically, the world was dead, had potential. The old ones, as you probably are aware of from 40k, show up, rebuild the world how they want it to be, and populate it. And they populate it with elves, dwarves, and a few other species. The lizard men are their like personal army and their personal servants. And then eventually humanity. Followed by halflings and ogres. And then chaos happens. And the lizard men, the the lizard men, the dwarves, the high elves, the dragons, and yeah, basically all get together and fight back chaos. The celestial dragon of Cathay protects humanity. Over there, it's a fools. The dwarves eventually send the chaos gods packing from them. The elves try and focus on bringing peace and uniting everyone together. And yeah, that's the backstory. The end times is still canon. They're not retconning that out of existence. We're just focusing on a period long before that's even a concern, thankfully. And I should really sleep. It's Friday. We probably should be sleeping. We have a more detailed version of the map now. Later on, we'll probably go through this section in more detail. But it's interesting to note, Cathay is specifically mentioned and talked about in that section we've just like blitzed through. The Celestial Dragon and the lore from Warhammer Total War 3 is there and present, and there's more of it to come as well. Yeah, we get to see more of the map, including the Kislev stuff as well, which is nice to see. Nothing for Telia or Stalia really on here. But again, they said that, you know, stuff talked about in this section will show up, right? So, we have a timeline here, going over the key events. Which is added, basically the old one, but it has also added in some new stuff as well. Like I'm noticing here, the year minus 5,700 on the Imperial calendar is talking about Cathay, about how the Celestial Dragon learnt how to take human form. Also, I suppose you can always pause this stream on YouTube or the video if you're watching this back and have a look in greater detail, because I think we're looking at this in high enough resolution. You'd be able to read this, hopefully. Just like skim reading really, really fast to see if there's anything to point out. But yeah, Malarian is now the new name for Malekith. I'm not sure it's gonna stick with me. It's gonna take a while for me to accept and remember. Malekith is now called Malarian. Yeah, catch you later, Mick. Which chances are I'll still be streaming when you wake up, and like I said, you can always watch this back over on YouTube. Hey, Skaven mentioned. The Skaven are mentioned in this, which of course they would be. Most of this section is talking about the fall of the Tomb King. Well, the creation of the Tomb Kings. You could always compromise calling him. No, I can't, because that's a lie. There we go, Sigmar is born. On the year -30. Battle Blackfire Pass. And we start the Imperial calendar. As present, the arrival of the twin-tailed comet in the sky. Yeah, first year is the Year 1 of the Imperial calendar is when the Empire of Man is formed. Britonia is united in the year 977 of the Imperial calendar. Norse Raiders. That's a fun bit of twisting, I suppose. Norse Raiders established a stronghold on the island of Sartusa. The Black Plague arrives in the year 1111. Unleashed upon the Old World by the Skaven. Nagash returns in the year 1681, bringing the vampires and Tomb Kings into significance. And this here in the year 1850 is the main reason the Skaven aren't really prevalent in the Old World, because they have a massive civil war and basically go underground, quite literally, to settle their differences between the great clans. And then the next event in the calendar is the beginning of the era of three emperors. I think that's what the empires call it. But yeah, and this sets up the current timeline with the vampire counts being annihilated. Lewin Orcslayer, crowned king and driving the orcs out. Of Britonia and the Errantry Wars. And yeah, that'll be the end of that timeline. So the year is 2250, or yeah, it is, isn't it? Right. And this is where we get on to the current war. Although, no, it's gone back, which is interesting. I was talking about how the elves and dwarfs used to be good friends until Malarian messed everything up for everyone because Malarius is a whiny piss baby who, when denied stuff, has decided that everyone else must suffer and therefore is not fit to be a ruler. Because they're like, meh, I can't have the fucking crown. So I'm going to ruin everyone's life? What a great leader. You know, truly someone you'd want to be on the throne. So basically, the dwarves and elves hate each other in Warhammer Fantasy because Malarian is a bitch and basically sabotaged the friendship between the dwarves and the elves by framing the elves as being pirates stealing the dwarves' stuff. So when the dwarves went and tried to, get an answer to the high elves by accusing them quite aggressively, the elves decided to shave the dwarven messengers and send them back beardless. As an exchange of insults, basically, resulting in a declaration of war between the two. And the High Elves no longer have a Phoenix Crown because dwarves hold it, and most dwarves' settlements were destroyed, and the High Elves had to abandon the Old World because Malarian is a bitch, and people can't have nice things when Malarian's around. See, I'm getting there. I'm remembering his name's Malarian now. Also, Slanesh is Malarian's fault as well. Yeah. No, it's like Malekith just sounds cooler, is another issue as well with Malarian's name. So, the first settlements and the rise of man was the ancient kingdom of Nehekara and the first city of Tylos, which is in modern-day Telia. Cetra, being an insufferable arsehole who refused to die, ended up being in a state of undeath by forcing his court and his followers to learn about immortality in the afterlife. And a spell went wrong and resulted in them all being undead instead of immortal. Yeah, Nagash was an advisor to Cetra, and Cetra wanted him to learn about necromancy and to discover the secrets of immortality, so he could make Cetra immortal, so Cetra could rule over the known world. To quote the book, in his arrogance, Cetra became obsessed with his own mortality, and under his rule, the priesthood of Nehekara became similarly obsessed. From his compulsion was born the mortuary cult, and Nehekara's greatest and most powerful priests were tasked by their great king with unlocking the secrets of immortality and the afterlife. In their research, the priests learnt much and used their powers to extend Cetra's life far beyond its natural span. Yet the priests could not halt the inevitable, merely postpone it, and they continued to search in vain for a way to accomplish their appointed task. With the passing of years, they learnt to preserve a corpse from decay through the elaborate art of mummification. They began harnessing the winds of magic, devising a lore of magical incantations and rituals, with which they hoped to bridge the gap between life and death. They believed that with their careful preparation and proper invocations, the dead could one day return to life in immortality. Though he raged at the priest's failing, Cetra commanded that a vast burial tomb be constructed for his dead body to rest within until a mortuary cult finished their work and he could be reborn into the eternal life he so craved. And so, when the King of Kings finally succumbed to his mortality, powerful incantations were intoned over his corpse, and he was embalmed with the great ritual. Preserved against decay, the body of Cetra was entombed within a mighty sarcophagus in the heart of a majestic pyramid of shining white stone. I'm not gonna read the rest of the book. That can focus on, lore videos later on, shamelessly. I'm gonna be making as much content as I can about Warhammer Fantasy, about the old world, so if you wanna know about stuff, we'll put together a list of things you'd want to see in a lore video. And what I'll do is I'll focus on the lore as it is in the new books first, before going back and adding in the old stuff as well. Now that's some beautiful artwork. I'm getting proper 5th edition vibes, 5th edition 40k, 6th, 7th edition fantasy vibes. I think it might be from 7th. But man, that is some beautiful art. Well, we do now. We do now, Z. The Coming of Sigmar. Yeah. Basically, Sigmar united the Empire and made it, a thing through basically just being the greatest barbarian there was with a giant hammer, beating the shit out of orcs and chaos. Managed to unite most of the tribes of humanity. Not all of them, like the Empire would like you to think. Because, Empire people are just stupid, I guess. Also, hey Hamish, over on YouTube. So, yeah. Sigmar, the uniter of humanity, except he didn't unite the Kizovites, the Bretonii, the Caphayans, the Telians, the Megaritans, the Estalians. There's probably other tribes of humanity which he didn't unite together. Yeah, the Norskans, yeah, true. They're already kind of united in worship of their primitive gods, so... the PDFs are not out yet for the legacy armies. Yeah, so basically the Empire is ruled by an elected emperor. Yeah, they're good allies of the dwarves because Blackstone. It was, yeah, it was Blackstone Pass, wasn't it? But yeah, basically buddies with the dwarves and with the high elves. Humanity, well, the Empire is a bit more advanced. It's like late. If you played Medieval 2, the best way to describe it is late game. Medieval 2, Holy Roman Empire. The Empire is present. In terms of model kit and range, it will probably be by the end of the year that the models come back for the Empire, based off rumors. But their rules are in the Forces of Fantasy book. Oh yeah, basically, the Age of Free Emperors, which is what the Old World is about, starts because a woman is crowned Empress. You gotta love sexism ruining everything. And other large parts of the Empire were not happy that a woman was Empress over the Empire, resulting in the Empire of Man splitting up. And then vampires happened. And they had a real good go at trying to corrupt and overthrow the Empire and turn it all into a state of undead. Resulting in Vlad the Impaler being impaled on one of the spiked roofs of Altdorf. So, my predictions for how the release schedule will go. Look, the vampires failed. I mean, they failed quite spectacularly. I mean, they put a good effort in, as Vampire Wars section talks about, but did get fucking wrecked. Right, so release schedule predictions. We've had Orcs and Goblins today, which is really cool to see. Their box will be soon. I'm fairly certain the Dwarfs will be next after that, followed by the Warriors of Chaos, and then the High Elves, and then it will probably be Chaos Beastmen and Wood Elves as a pairing, followed by the Empire at Christmas. As I'd be surprised if they span this over years. So the things to know about the Empire during the Old World time is it's overall more technologically advanced. Not by like a huge amount, but things that were rare are a lot more common during this time. Like the ability to produce steam tanks is still a thing the Empire can do during this time period. This is like one of the like points of the time, like the Great War against Chaos is the time in which the Empire loses stuff and has its like point, like its technological peak, and starts to regress. It's like one of the main reasons why the High Elves step in after the Great War against Chaos and establish magical colleges to try and help humanity the Empire re-establish itself and to make up for the losses, basically. So yeah, the Empire at this point is split into multiple different empires, in which the vampires had a really good go at destroying, the forces of Chaos had a really good go at destroying, the forces of the Skaven had a really good go at destroying, and the forces of the Empire had a really good go at destroying. Unfortunately, when there's war and complete and total devastation, technology and knowledge and manpower is lost. So yeah, whilst they have the technology of gunpowder and some steam power from the dwarves, who taught them that, a lot of what the Empire would be good at post this time period will be magic. This is more technology-focused Empire. So I will read the Pretenders section out here, just to give you some idea of what the Empire looks like at this time period. So, firstly, we have the Barony of Westerland, ruled by Empress Elsfeth Margrethe VI, is the most prosperous region within the Empire. It is its great wealth derived from the port city of Marienburg. Unlike many imperial cities, Marienburg has not yet become an independent city-state, though its ruling burgmeisters wield great power and influence over young Empress Elsfeth. The cult of Manan is a powerful faction within the city and has its own influence over self-proclaimed Empress. For this reason, Margrethe is often known derisively by her rivals and detractors as the Sea Empress or the Empress of Coin, as a reference to her being a puppet of the mercantile guilds of the Sea cult. If I were to collect an Empire force, it would probably be of the Vesterlands, just because it has most synergy with the Duchy of Bordello. The second one is the Grand County of Osterland. Yeah, I'd collect Marienburgers. So, the next one is Grand County of Osterland. Count Sigismund Ulrich rules Osterland. Its forests and mountains cover the northernmost reaches of the Empire, where it meets the southern borders of Kislev and the Sea of Claws. Politically, it encompasses large portions of Ostland, Ostermark, Hochland and Middenland, though in truth it is a shadow of its former strength. Centuries ago, the Count of Middenheim claimed rulership of the north, and was a claimant of the title of Emperor. This led to a line of so-called wolf emperors, who have continued to press their claim for the control of the empire. Despite these ambitions, the current count is little more than a ruler of a city-state, even though he claims dominion over the entirety of Osterland and beyond. So if you liked Boris Todbringer and all of the memes and the attitudes and the lore around him, these guys, there you go. The Principality of Reichland. Prince Wilhelm I rules Reichland, the ancient and powerful heartland of the Empire, born from Sigmar's own tribal lands. Within Reichland's borders, the cult of Sigmar, governed by the Grand Theogenist, holds sway. The forces of chaos have the weakest grip upon the old world here. This is no small part due to the institutions such as the Knights of the Fiery Heart and the Order of the Silver Hammer. Templars of both orders travel the Empire alongside armies of Reichland, rooting out worship of the Dark Powers. Such fanaticism puts Reichland especially at odds with the Duchy of Talabek, who they see, perhaps rightly, as a haven for pagan forces and elementalist witches. Speaking of which, the Grand Duchy of Talabek. The largest yet most disparate region of the Empire, the Grand Duchy of Talabek is ruled by Duke Ludwig XII of the line of Attilia. It is ostensibly includes the provinces of Talabecland, Stirland, Averland, Wissenland, and Vermont, though in practice many of these regions are self-governing, and the cities of Talabheim and Nuln are both powerful city-states in their own right who owe little allegiance to the nobility. For hundreds of years, the region has been claimed by the Ottilian emperors, backed by the cult of Tal, and various other cults and rulers of the empire eager to press their own claims to the emperorship. After the collapse of the electoral state system in 1979, the duchy fractured further. So yeah, basically Mordheim does have a chance. And now we're on to Bretonnian. Man. It's so nice seeing this artwork in print again. But look, he's such a good boy. So Gilles Le Breton is the first Grail Knight and the first the guy who united Bretonnia, united the tribes of the Bretonni into what would become the Kingdom of Bretonnia. The Bretonnians worship the Lady of the Lake, a mysterious god who appears to the faithful above surfaces of water. Definitely not related to the Maiden. And thanks for a follow. I'm going to assume that's meant to say Kraut. It's a Kraut guy. Thank you. And yes, I am a huge fan of Bretonnia and in general Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy is what got me into hobbying and Warhammer in general. So today is a very big and exciting day for me, which is why I ran into the city, grabbed my box, the Bretonnian, the Forces of Fantasy rulebook and the Bretonnian supplement, and ran straight back home to stream so I can share this all with you. So welcome on in. Yeah, I'm a big Warhammer Fantasy guy. I am big into the Horus Heresy as well. And also into Battletech as well. So if any of that's of interest to you, they've definitely found the right place. A lot of my streams coming up over on Twitch are going to be Warhammer Fantasy, Old World focused. But Mondays and Fridays in the evening I stream MechWarrior Online Battletech stuff. And yeah, when I'm not painting these, I've also been working on my Emperor's Children for Horus Heresy. So that painting those will probably pop up again as well. So yeah, the lady is definitely not related to the elven god, the Maiden, at all. Let's read and see what this book has to say about the lore for the lady, because that'll be interesting. In the long years before the time of Gilles, the Bretonni tribes worshipped a host of different gods. Many of these were similar to those revered by the tribes to the east, such as Mor, the grim god of death, or the forest god Tal, albeit under different names, in the centuries since the time of Gilles. These gods have largely replaced by the worship of the Lady of the Lake. The Lady is the patron god of Bretonnia. Her virtues are chivalry and honor. It is the eternal quest all knights It is the eternal quest of all knights to seek her out, earn her blessings, and drink from the Grail. Though she has no priests or acolytes, her emissaries are the Fey Enchantress and the Grail damsels that serve under her. Possessed of potent magical abilities, the Fey Enchantress is considered the living embodiment of the lady and stands at the side of the king, guiding him in all things. Likewise, Grail damsels guide the Knights of Bretonnia on their quests, often accompanying them to war and lending them their magical powers to the armies in battle. Foreigners have been known to scoff at the notion of some magical aquatic woman protecting Bretonnian knights from harm. At least until they have seen with their own eyes the power of the lady turn aside arrows before they could strike home. But they had to do it, didn't they? They had to slip a reference in. That's beautiful. Let's see, can you keep it to English, please? Also, hey Magos over on YouTube. Well, they are calling them Crusades now. Throughout the centuries, vast hosts of knights have crossed the mountains that border fair Bretonnia into the Empire, Estalia, Telia, the Border Princes, and the Badlands. Others have embarked upon great galleons that have carried the warriors and their steeds into faraway lands of Norsca, Araby, Albion, and even the mysterious land of the dead. The purposes of such crusades is simple: to crush the enemies of Bretonnia before they can muster upon her border, and threaten the humble existence of the peasant masses. Lustria hasn't been discovered by them? I think they have been. I'll have to look back through the timeline. I know that Lustria must have been discovered by now. But it's not really relevant to the Bretonnians because what exactly... The lizard men aren't going to really go and invade Bretonnia, are they? In the burning heat of the Nehekaran desert, gallant knights have done battle with the undying legions of the Tomb Kings. Glorious formations of horsemen crashing through the endless regiments of skeletal soldiers until the Crusaders' bright liveries were entirely obscured by powdered bone and the dust of ages. Entire orc and goblin tribes have been slaughtered by the crusading Bretonnians without mercy, the crushing charges of galloping horse and heavy lance more than enough to slay the enemy elite before the rank and file is driven into the sea. Monumental Bretonnian fortresses have been built in these foreign lands in order to control remote provinces in the name of the king. But even the devout and ferocious knights of Bretonnia cannot be everywhere at once. History has proved time and again the truth of the ancient Bretonnian adage, "The realm and the king are one." Truly, the lands have withered and suffered under rule of corrupt or weak rulers. We have some lore about the current ruler of Bretonnia. The current ruler of Bretonnia is Lewin Orc Slayer, not to be confused with Lewin Leon Kerr of Warhammer Fantasy. He's named after this guy. Lewin Orc Slayer, so named for his crusade to rid the nation of orc and goblin tribes. Hailed as the greatest king since Gilles Le Breton himself, Lewin has ruled for almost 80 years thanks to a longevity imparted to him by the Grail. An exceptional warrior and wise king, He rules from his court in the dukedom of Baston to maintain the stability of his kingdom. In recent years, the wars plaguing the empire have spilled over into the eastern parts of Bretonnia, forcing Lewin to see off brigand armies and ambitious imperial nobles. Although the king sees the empire's woes as very much an internal problem, he has entertained ambassadors from each of the major claimants to the imperial throne, with some of his dukes even going so far as to campaign in the empire. More often than not, Lewin's attentions are focused on his western shores and the realms of the south. Though the neighbouring nation of Estalia enjoys largely good relations with Bretonnia, the two kingdoms periodically fighting border skirmishes, it is the beastmen, orcs and undead who often raid from this direction and must be seen off by knightly armies. The king has even shown an interest in bringing stability to the border princes so it might act as a further buffer against the Badlands and hostile realms further south, though so far Lewin has been thwarted in his ambitions, beyond a handful of exiled knights laying claim to parts of this blighted region. So, the Southern Kingdoms finally have a bit more expansion as well here. These guys have rules in the supplement for Bretonnians we'll talk about once we get there. We've still got a huge amount of this book to go through. I'll try and paraphrase these, and we'll see about Araby. Because I've got a feeling it's going to be blended in here. Maybe not in these 2 pages. There are a few realms outside of the northern wastes as perilous as the border princes, named for the countless exiled lords and ladies that claim corners of the region as their own. It has existed for hundreds of years on the frontier between civilized lands of the Old World and the southern wilderness of the Badlands. Filled with dismal, crumbling towns and cities, often overlooked by a ruinous keep or castle, the people of border princes live hard lives under an endless succession of masters, names of which can sometimes change one day to the next. Again, I'm not going to read the entire thing. The Beggar Lords. The most fascinating detail of life in the Border Princes is the endless procession of rulers, outcasts, criminals, and even the old do-gooder who thinks of themselves as a saviour of the South. All come to the Border Princes because their own lands will not have them. Of course, carving out a piece of the Border Princes for your own personal kingdom is no small feat, and involves plenty of politicking, skullduggery, and a fair measure of violence. For this reason, the castles, towns, fiefdoms of the Border Princes are constantly changing hands, as one lord or another rises to power, only to be ousted or killed by the next. Occasionally dynasties might arise, and for a few glorious generations a kingdom might endure. Inevitably, however, treachery, war, or simple misfortune befalls its ruler and the cycle begins anew. Should be noted that the Southern Kingdom's border princes, beggar lords, can be of the Empire and Bretonnia as well. And even Norscan people down here as well. Then there are outsiders like Boya Valdos Uvetosk and the Oathbreaker or Jarl Scalagrisson, the Thane of Crows. That's cool to see. So, you know how I've mentioned, like, going back a few pages, just a few. The pages that follow explore the rich stories and dramatic rivalries that lie behind many conflicts enacted upon the battlefield, setting the scene for your own battles and offering a taste of the races setting the scene for your own battles and offering a taste of each of the races and factions you may encounter. I see the Dogs of War in this section. So, we have lore on Telia. And the Dogs of War. This has got me very hyped. To outsiders, Telia is a chaotic land of ever-changing alliances and nefarious rulers, a kingdom riven by constant civil war and treachery. In truth, it is a kingdom only in the eyes of its neighbours. The nation of Telia consists of a loose alliance of rival city-states and their environs, all bound together by complex trade deals, brokered by cunning merchants, and a need for mutual protection fostered by powerful and wealthy families locked in generation-long vendettas with rivals. At times in its long history, Telia has been made a republic centered around the prosperous capital city of Remus. Definitely not Rome. Though, at such times its merchant lords have always tended to look to their own selfish interests, even whilst paying lip service to the idea of a united nation and its centralized government. Much to the horror of its northern neighbours, Telia scorns the idea of nobility and long ago did away with all the bother that can be caused by having kings and queens. Instead, it has cultivated mercantile dynasties, a family's power and position being built upon the extent of its trade and greed, rather than any notion of hereditary right to rule. I'll try and flatten out the page a second, so if you want to read the rest of it, you can. But we'll talk about the Dogs of War, because this is the thing that's got me most hyped. Whilst the many merchant princes of Telia employ large retinues of guard to protect their interests, none of the many city-states maintain standing armies, relying in times of need upon mercenary forces. These are recruited from the many mercenary regiments the nation is famed for, and are extremely well paid by merchant princes keen to secure their loyalty. These mercenaries are commonly known as the Dogs of War, and perhaps, unsurprisingly, given their professional nature and their desire to survive long enough to enjoy their pay, their armies can be most effective both in the intercity battles between the free cities and in seeing off invaders. Sometimes a merchant prince might even take it upon his or herself to lead a grand expedition to some far-flung region of the world, hiring a mercenary army to help carve out a new Telian outpost, usually for the purpose of setting up a lucrative trade route. In this way, Telian ports have sprung up in Lustria, the Southlands, and as far away as the Dread Sea, all to serve the interests of one prince or another. There you go, Z. Lustria mentioned. The Kingdoms of Estalia. Again, Estalia mentioned. This is interesting, right? We've had Telia. We've had the Dogs of War. We've had Estalia, all mentioned in a section talking about the lore of the factions you might see in the games of the Old World. Kingdom of Estalia, according to its long and storied history, was the first land settled by humans in the Old World. From its dry and arid northern mountain ranges to its fertile southern coasts, it is covered in a patchwork of ancient kingdoms and proud cities, the greatest of which are Bibaldi in the north and Magritta in the south. The ruling families of these rival cities share a long and tangled history that stretches back over hundreds of years and involves a great many marriages, assassinations, and betrayal of trust. If you wanted medieval Spain, it's what Estalia is. I mean, the name should be a bit of a giveaway on that one. Basically, medieval Spanish history of the Christian Spanish nations, kingdoms, is just Estalian history. Vivaldi and Magritte are Barcelona and Madrid. It's fairly copy and paste, to be perfectly honest. And it's really cool to see them here. Like, especially here, it's like the conquistadors. I mean, sorry, not conquistadors. Even so, Estalian regiments are well equipped with crossbow and pike, and extensively trained to fight in a similar style to that of the famed Telian mercenary regiments. These regiments enjoy plentiful support from Estalia's numerous cavalry formations, most of which consist of young nobles mounted upon finest war horses, the Kingdom of Estalia being famed for the quality of their steeds. Beside these ride Templar knights of several famous holy orders, such as the Knights of the Blazing Sun, a sophisticated order whose members study the science of warfare and excel in all of its many aspects, from pitched battle to lightning raids to siegecraft. Now this is interesting, isn't it? They're talking about how they fight, what the units are like, what you might see in a Estalian army. It'd be a really weird thing to do if they weren't coming to the game, right? I don't think that's me reading too much into it. I mean... offering a taste of each of the races and factions you may encounter. You know, I really should just bookmark that page, shouldn't I? One. Especially as, you know, going back to this, like, the pages that follow explore the rich stories and dramatic rivalries that lie behind many conflicts enacted upon the battlefield. Southern Wars. Sheltered as it is to the north by the lands of Bretonnia and to the east by Telia, the Empire and Kislev, Estalia has enjoyed a relatively peaceful existence when compared to the other nations of the Old World. Even so, orcs, beastmen, and the undead have all plagued Estalia throughout its history. The former emerge regularly from the untamed Irana mountains and the wide tracts of forest that cling to their foothills, seeking war and destruction. The latter often come by sea from the distant land of the dead to conquer in the name of long-forgotten kings, or emerge by night from the many tombs and barrows that lie scattered throughout the wilderness. And this is again why I don't think vampires are going to be absent from the game, because they keep popping up in the lore. So, you know, like a good vampire, you can't keep them down. One notable invasion into the heart of Estalia was that led by one vampire lord, Norgul. The foul creature and his undead armies left devastation in their wake as they marched almost unstopped across the land, only to be stopped in the battle for Magritte, where some say the goddess Myrmidia, patron of Estalians, appeared and personally destroyed the vampire, reducing him to ash with her divine light. Several times in its history, Estalia has become under attack from, and even occupied by, human invaders from neighbouring lands. In particular, the Sultanates of Araby, an ancient and prosperous land that clings to the western edges and the edges of the southern continent, and stands among the southernmost outposts of humanity in the Old World. Several times Araby turned its attention north across the sea towards the rich and fertile soils of Estalia. and warships have sailed across the great coastal city, from great coastal cities to raid the coast of Astalia. On more than one occasion, conquering Arabians have landed armies upon Astalian soil to besiege the castles of its kings and queens. This is a lot of talk about Araby. I'm just going to point to it. I'm not going to read it anymore. I'm just going to point. As recently as the 15th century, as reckoned by the imperial calendar, invaders from across the waves conquered great parts of southern Astalia and formed their own kingdoms, some of which endured for decades before being driven back into the sea by foreign mercenary armies in the pay of the Astalians. These invasions have left their mark, and even today, many of the noble lords and ladies that rule in Astalia's southern kingdoms are descendant from those that once ruled as hostile invaders, albeit now under the colours of Astalian kings. Araby mentioned quite a few times in just this section. I mean, I pointed to this but didn't read it. Right, wood elves. They live in the forests. I'm not sure how much of this is going to have changed from Warhammer Fantasy. So I'm going to quickly read over it and see if anything has changed. But the TLDR is they were once high elves that lived on the old world. The high elves left the old world following the War of the Beard. They a few high elves decided to stay behind and be part of one with nature, and live amongst the woodlands. And they did become quite literally one with the trees. These things pictured here, these dryads, are elves. They're not living trees. They are now, but they were once elves. This is the scale in which you'll find wood elves on. They really don't like dwarves, because dwarves tend to come with axes and fire to cut down the trees to turn into fuel or into war machines, or just resources for them to use in their quarries or mines. Yeah, children of nature. From that day forth, the fates of the elves and the forest were intertwined. What began as a desperate alliance became something far deeper and more pervasive. With every passing generation, wood elves become in character more akin to a forest they inhabit, wrathful and vigorous during the summer months, and torpid and somnolent. I don't think I've ever seen that word before. With the onset of winter. So too have they taken on the tree's spirit's capricious and distrustful nature. One can never be entirely sure how wood elf will react, for their thoughts and reasoning, bound as they are to a forest's peculiar consciousness, are unknowable to an outsider. Where once they lived for joy and exploration, the elves became extremely hostile to the outside world, leaving the borders of the realm only to wreak bloody retribution upon those who have earned their displeasure, or to defend their ancient groves in distant lands. As time marches on, these groves are ever more assailed and plundered, and so the wood elves become ever more vengeful. Their desire for solitude has been sacrificed to ensure the sanctity of their race, and indeed the world at large. So it is that the great forest of Athelloren is now not merely the wood elves' dwelling place, it is their ally, their protector, and their ward. The elves are bound to it body and soul. Those outsiders foolish enough to set foot within Athelloren risk not only the wrath of the trees, but also the keen-eyed elves who watch every path and stand guard over every glade. Yeah, basically every forest has its own little society of elves living within it, and they're all quite split. Magos over on YouTube said, I don't think GW have the minerals to do an Araby considering the current state of the world and political correctness. Well, I mean, they're still pushing ahead of Kislev. Despite how politically insensitive that would be, especially with how much they're butchering both Ukrainian and the Russian cultures together in a way that kind of washes it all as pro-Russian. So hey, I think we'll see Araby in some form eventually. Just not in the more offensively obvious and unsubtle caricatures that it once was. And I think that's true for a lot of the factions which aren't already here. Now we have the Lords of Ulthuan, the High Elves. Now, first among the races the Old Ones created were the Elves, called the Asur in their own tongue. To provide a home for these people, the Old Ones made a kingdom for the Elves, raising the Isle of Ulthuan up from the ocean floor. Here the Elves would prosper, producing wondrous art and mastering primal energy known as magic. It's changed a little bit from my old lore. But the passage of time was not kind to the elves. When polar gates collapsed and the raw stuff of chaos flooded the world, Ulthuan was beset by monstrous fiends and demonic entities. Yet the elves rose to meet this almost overwhelming challenge. As the tide of chaos crashed upon the shores of Ulthuan, the elves stood firm in their defense of the realm. Led by the first and mightiest of the Phoenix King, Anarion, and protected by the potent magic of the mages, the elves halted, then turned back the legions of chaos. Despite the blood and sacrifice, this victory over chaos was the greatest achievement of the elf race, but it was a tainted victory. For in order to achieve it, Anarion raised the Sword of Cain, bringing the curse of madness upon himself and his descendants. Furthermore, the great victory fed the vanity and ego of the elves, who since then have considered themselves preeminent amongst all of the races of the world. It ain't fair, they're the ones who defeated chaos, and, you know, just saying. Also, that's cool, Hamish. Oh yeah, every citizen of Ulthuan is trained in the bow or spear. Everyone is capable of fighting in some capacity. Just to TLDR that section. Where did the whole dwarves love their mines originate from? I think it comes from Lord of the Rings. I don't think it's had any real presence before then. Now this is the section which I want to read, so congratulations, you've all been dragged along with me, because this is relevant to the old world. Colonies across the world. Though time and the ascension of younger races may have worn away at the might of the High Elven Empire, theirs remains one of the most widely spread races in the world. Elven colonies, once numerous in the lands of the Empire, Bretonnia, and Greater Old World, now cling to coastal regions where they stand as trade hubs and diplomatic outposts. connecting the courts of the Phoenix King to kings, emperors, lords, and lords from the shores of Araby. Again, Araby mentioned. To the wilds of the Southlands. In turn, many younger races, though distrustful of the High Elves, rely upon their fleets to keep the oceans and seas of the Warhammer world safe for trade. There being no shortage of pirates, monsters, and even darker things lurking both above and below the waves. This is interesting that we mentioned below the waves, as once we get onto it, there's something else to point out in terms of this, which I think is a really interesting opportunity that Games Workshop's leaving themselves open. Even further afield, High Elf ports guard the great ocean tradeways of the Warhammer world. Beyond the churning gulf, the Fortress of Dawn guards the straits between the Southlands and the Southern Wastes, while the Tower of the Sun and the Tower of the Stars ward the entrance to the Sea of Dread. In the distant east, even more towers, fortresses, and ports connect Ulthuan to far-off kingdoms such as Ind, Nippon, and Grand Cathay. Now that's interesting that even here Ind and Nippon are mentioned. Also, the fact that they're committing to Nippon is really interesting to me. In this way, High Elves maintained an unbroken chain of safe harbours for their ships from one end of the world to another, as well as a presence in the courts of almost every great ruler in the world. Ah, that's a classic piece of Dowie artwork. God, I love that. Alright, dwarf time. The history of the Dowie, as the dwarf call themselves, begins with the awakening of the Firstborn, their pantheon of gods, chief amongst whom were Grungi, Grimnir, and Valea. According to dwarf tradition, these gods were carved by time from the rocks of the mountains, birthed by stone itself. They believe that the first dwarves were children of these ancient ancestors inhabited the southern portion of the World's Edge Mountains, migrating northwards as the numbers grew, and splitting into different clans, many of which were led by a living god. In these ancient days before the coming of chaos, the Dowie were cave dwellers who fashioned primitive tools from flint and eked out a living in the bleak, inhospitable mountains. Then and now, the dwarfs were a hardy and enduring folk. Led by their gods themselves, the dwarf civilization soon developed from a stone era into a bold new age, with the iron, then steel, weapons, and armor that Grungni, the Forge Father, taught them to make. The dwarves are able to fight off the terrors of the mountains and expand into new territory. It was Grimnir, the warrior who staved off the giants, trolls, and marauding orcs, whilst teaching his chargers the arts of battle. It was Valea, the protector, who showed the wandering dwarfs the value of strong dwellings and the importance of bonding and community for the still developing clans. As the dwarfs spread throughout the mountains seeking out new veins of precious metals, they founded many strongholds, each a small fortified realm centered around a productive mine, a bastion in the rocky wilderness. The largest of these became known as Carax in the dwarf tongue, and the glory of these great fortresses was fabled. Eventually, the dwarfs reached the northernmost peaks of the World's Edge Mountains, a desolate region scattered with the bleached bones of many creatures. They called this cold and barren land Zorn Uzkul, or the Great Skull Land. Imaginative. Here most dwarves turned back, for the harsh regions provided a scarcity of mineral wealth. Although a few of the boldest clans pushed onwards, some turning west into the lands now called Norska, others heading east into the across the Great Skull Land and daring to enter the Mountains of Morn. Thus was founded the Great Dwarf Realm, the Karaz Angkor. At its center lay the great peaks of Karaz-Akarak, the Ever Peak. For a long while, the widely dispersed clans maintained contact with each other, while each delved more deeply beneath the mountains. Soon, however, they would be separated by a growing storm unlike anything seen before. Basically, chaos happened, their ancestors disappeared, and they had to re-find themselves and became a bit more isolated and a bit more grudgy in their ways. Is there anything worth pointing out in here? Yeah, they taught the Empire how to use steam and gunpowder. Right, orcs. It's time for the boys. And again, even more beautiful old artwork. Long ago, the first orcs and goblins appeared upon the world, much to the disappointment of the old ones, having crossed the interstellar deeps by stowing themselves away aboard the old one's magnificent craft. So yes, these are the same orcs as you get in Warhammer 40k. These interlopers crept from the vessels upon which they hid and spread out into the young world, seeking refuge in its wild places. Here, hidden from the gaze of the old ones and seemingly forgotten about in the hope that they would quickly starve, the warlike creatures prospered. Tribes grew rapidly, roaming the barren wastelands, hunting herds of great beasts, fighting one another, and generally having tremendous fun. As their numbers grew, they spilled out of the southern deserts and volcanic plains, invading the lush lands of the young races and finding fertile hunting grounds, pleasant climates, and most importantly, new enemies. In the mountains they encountered the dwarfs. From fighting these hardy warriors, the orcs and goblins learnt the value of iron and steel, and quickly began to forge their own crude weapons and armour. Many goblin tribes began to explore the deep caves and caverns, finding vast underground realms to inhabit and a wealth of fungi to sustain them. Often with hilarious side effects ranging from deadly toxicity and mind-altering intoxication. From here they tunneled further, finding hidden ways into the underground layers of dwarfs, and better to make war upon their enemies. Along the coast of the old world, the migrating orcs and goblins encountered the elves, and whilst the jeering hordes watched the tall and strangely fragrant beings flee across the waves, they learnt the joys of boats. Soon the adventurous creatures were sailing the seas of the world in ramshackle craft. Carried hither and yon by wind and current, they came upon distant lands such as Ulthuan and Lustria. These were eagerly invaded as their hordes ravaged coastal settlements and laid siege to the great inland cities. Ever more enemies appeared, keen to fight the intruders. In the frozen north of the old world, they first encountered the primitive tribes of man. And great must their joy have been, for these creatures seemed barbaric and warlike as the orc, as cunning and vindictive as any goblin. where the dwarfs would bar their great iron doors against them and the elves would rain arrows on them from afar. In Man, the orcs and goblins found a foe that would face them head-on in battle, meeting them blade to blade. So numerous have the warlike orcs and goblins become that, should they ever stop fighting and turn their minds to conquest, they'd sweep away all opposition in a brutal tide of violence. Oh yeah, if you're familiar with 40k, you understand how clans work, and you'll understand how the orcs behave. It's basically the same as 40k, but with just primitive weapons, no guns, or yeah, nothing technological really. They do have catapults that are used to launch goblins, but yeah. Gork and Mork. Orcs and goblins are extremely superstitious, and some would say gullible, creatures. As such, they are willing to believe in lesser deities and prone to follow strange cults. Yet for all their love of petty fetishes and minor idols, their pantheon is dominated by the boisterous and belligerent brother gods known as Gork and Mork. The followers of Gork and Mork seldom call upon them for their aid in times of need, nor do they beseech them for gifts, as less robust races do of their gods. Instead, these war gods and their infamous deeds serve as inspiration. Gork is brutal but cunning, Mork is cunning but brutal, and every orc and goblin lives in sure and certain knowledge that if they are brutal or cunning enough in life, they will join their gods in eternal battle in death. Among their followers, the powers of Gork and Mork causes a phenomenon known as Warg, an almost spiritual calling to war that fills every orc and goblin with frenetic energy. Shamans, as the innumerable tribes call their magic users, are living conduits through which this power is manifest for all to see. When their armies march to war and the power of the Warg rises, shamans attempt to harness and manipulate it, using it to blast their foes or rouse the warriors to greater heights of violence. However, such communication with the gods has a profound effect upon the mind of a shaman, as evidenced by their strange antics and peculiar habits. Now that's a site I haven't seen in a while. The Tomb Kings. Despite an enlightened and advanced civilization when the tribes of the Old World still dwelt in caves and mud huts, Nehekara was brought low by megalomania of its kings and the evil magics of Nagash, as whose hands Nehekara withered and died, cursed to an unquiet death from which there could be no true respite. Today, the great land is a barren sea of sand dunes, a scorching desert, studded with the morbid architecture of a civilization obsessed with death. The kings made Nagash do what he did. Beneath the thin white sands lies countless gilded artifacts and trinkets buried amongst the drifts of bone. Each of the many thousands tombs that litter the arid landscape contain a king's ransom in jewellery and gem-studded weaponry. Every year, armies of the avaricious and the adventurous march deep into the heat-blasted deserts, intent on ransacking the legendary wealth of the land, despite the rumours of vengeful dead buried beneath the feet. I mean, quite literally, yes. I mean, he wasn't a good person, but he was following the orders. Every year, the sands are stained red once more with the blood of the foolish. The rumors of spirits abroad in the deserts are true. The long-dead soldiers of ancient Nehekara stand ready for battle at all times. Should a commander be brave or foolish enough to trespass into Nehekara and lead their warriors into the sacred vales of the kings, then they would witness a terrible phenomenon. As a punishing midday sun blazes down upon the interlopers, the sand begins to shift. Sun-bleached skulls surface all around, dust spilling from their empty eye sockets. Holding curved Kopesh blades, armored forms awaken from their slumber, forming up into elite regiments with preternatural discipline and coordination. Undead archers knock and loose volley upon volley of arrows as they march from the graves in eerie unison. Fully formed cavalry units burst from the ground, spears leveled as the skeletal mounts gallop towards the intruders. Cresting the dunes come fast and deadly chariots. From the sands boil black clouds of skull, carapace, scarabs, and sarcophagi cast in the form of scorpions that sting and slice into the soft flesh of the living. Out of the tombs come towering god statues, jerking and lurching towards the foe with an unnatural gait. Alongside these stone sculptures come hulking, skull-faced constructs of bone and precious metal, each adorned with a treasure chest worth of gemstones and ornate curios. These unnatural cohorts have been brought to life by the incantations of lich priests, magisters of the dead who bind and tame the unruly winds of magic with the ease that lesser wizards might tame familiar spirits. And yet these are merely the initial defences of the lands of Nehekara, those who protect the outlying tombs and settlements from the greedy and insolent. These vast armies are animated by the will of the Tomb Kings and the power of death itself. When the great necromancer Nagash unleashed his magic upon the world, Nehekara was worst affected. So prepared for the afterlife and so steeped in death were its people, that it became a realm completely inhabited by the unliving. To this day, the magic of death thrives in the wastelands of the south, giving unnatural life to the skeletal remains of countless thousands. I think I'm just going to read the first paragraphs of each section. At its founding, the mortuary cult was commanded to study the arts of mummification and communion with the gods. Steadily over centuries, the priests learned how to preserve a corpse from decay until the art of embalming became extremely elaborate. The priesthood also devised a vast lore of magical incantations and rituals intended to bind the souls of the dead kings back into their royal bodies. Since the ruler depended on the mortuary cult's knowledge and loyalty in order to live beyond their own death, the lich priests held great power in the ancient Nehekara. Okay, the gods of the desert one's fairly straightforward. Basically, Egyptian gods are Nehekaran gods, just with slightly different names. And I suppose one that's most relevant, and I might just read this section out, is the section on Settra, because Settra is the main character, so to speak, for the Tomb Kings, as he's the one who's trying to conquer the Old World. The land of the dead is ruled in perpetuity by Settra the Imperishable, King of Kings. He is a ruthless leader whose thirst for conquest knows no bounds. The immortality he lusted after in his life is his, and the civilizations that flourished in his absence will feel his wrath when he reclaims his lost lands and forces the usurpers of the Old World to kneel before his might. Settra rides to war upon a magical chariot, the magnificent crown of Nehekara resting majestically upon his brow. A bloodthirsty and skilled warrior, Settra drives his enemies before him without pity, siphoning through their ranks with every sweep of his blessed blade. Settra, alone among the Tomb Kings, knows the secrets of the Lich Priests. He understands their language, and though it may take all eternity, he will master their magical arts. At Settra's side stand the innumerable kings and princes that ruled over Khemri in ages past. Though not all who once ruled in life bowed eagerly to the King of Kings in death, long centuries of war between the ruined necropolis cities have bent most to Settra's unbreakable will. Equally hungry for conquest and with a terrible hatred against the living, their arrogance and rage sustain their unliving forms. Settra uses these generals well in his conquest, directing the wrath and greed of individual tomb princes or kings outward against the frozen Nehekara, promising them kingdoms and fabulous wealth should they reclaim the lands once ruled by their people. We haven't had lizards yet. So, remember, this is focusing on the factions of the Old World, and the lizards don't physically exist in what is called the Old World, which is this area of the map. Which is the Empire, Bretonia, and surrounding areas. That's not to say there won't be lizard men. I just don't think it will be for a while. Because in terms of, like, who they are, and what they're doing, they're doing at an Age of Sigmar. And so I think from a Games Workshop's perspective, they've already got that base covered, although I know a lot of people are going to want otherwise and want that to change. So as long as you continue to be vocal about it on social media sites where Games Workshop looks, there's a good chance they'll push it through and give the Lizardmen a bit more of a center stage. It's why I've been holding off on doing my video talking about the legacy armies until I got these books to read through. See what I can glean and make sure I'm forming a more, like, educated opinion before making a video talking about it all. The tribes of the north. North of the Empire, north even of Kislev, lies the realm of the gods. Here, where the colossal gateway of the Old Ones once stood, leading to distant worlds, the thin veil between reality and the Aether has been torn asunder, and the realms of chaos spill into a mortal world. In the dark hinterlands that lie between this world and the next, the Marauder tribes dwell. Numerous beyond counting, these tribes differ greatly in custom, tradition, and even in appearance. Some are tall and fair, with long flaxen hair and and bristling beards. Others are stocky and robust with coal-black hair and dark brooding eyes. These tribes range from small nomadic warbands to hordes of barbarians that rival the nations of the Old World. Yet all of these tribes share one thing in common: their devotion to the ruinous powers. On the edge of reality, the gods of chaos rule all, and to the tribes that battle for survival on the cusp of the world, they are the only gods worthy of adoration. In their name, the marauder tribes war with one another, eternally seeking the favour of their patrons. Each year, tribes unite under powerful leaders and march south, spreading destruction and seeking to topple weakling gods of civilized lands. Whilst the tribes of the far north are most prolific worshippers of ruinous powers, they are by no means alone. Throughout the Old World, twisted individuals seek one another out, banding together in secret places to worship at profane shrines and conduct dark rituals. Ruinous powers. The devotees of chaos follow a staggering array of deities and spirits with varying degrees of fervour. These many gods all exist within a wide pantheon ruled over by four greater powers: Khorne, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch, who vie eternally for seemingly unattainable dominance over one another. Most of their prayers to any god that cares to listen, neither acknowledging or denying the primacy of any, although some choose to dedicate their very actions to a single patron. Khorne, the Lord of Skulls, an angry, raging god of bestial strength and merciless battle prowess. Clad in brazen armour and wielding a broad-bladed sword drenched in the blood of 1 billion fallen enemies. Among the warlike marauder tribes, Khorne has many followers, for he rewards bravery, might at arms, and conquest. Khorne is known variously as Arkar or Karnath, and is often depicted as a great warhound eternally thirsting for blood. His howl is an inescapable call to war that fills those who hear it with a terrible fury. Nurgle, the Lord of Decay, he who unleashes famine and pestilence upon the world. Also known as Nighlin, Onagol, and Nurglich among the marauder tribes, and often depicted as a disease-ridden carrion crow, Nurgle appears to his most devoted followers as a massively bloated creature, festering with boils and poxes, and surrounded by a dark cloud of flies. Yet despite the terrible nature of the gifts he bestows upon the world, Nurgle is a kindly god, and his followers revel joyously in his blessings, embracing the delights of decay, disease, and ruin. Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, the youngest of the four greater Chaos gods, known under a multitude of names, including Shornal and Lanshaw. They are the Lord of Pleasure, the patron of all things beautiful and seductive. To many, Slaanesh is both the master of excess and the fount of all creative power, whose realms of influence include music, art, and passion, pride, arrogance, and excess. To those who worship at the many altars of Slaanesh, the Lord of Pleasure appears variously as an androgynous beauty that inflames the passions, or a writhing serpent that creeps into mortal minds, bringing dark and selfish desires. Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways, the Master of Magic, and the Weaver of Fate. Among the marauder tribes, he is depicted as a great eagle, soaring high through the world. His unblinking eyes see all, and he is known as Cha. Tzeentch manipulates the fates of all mortals into complex and intertwining patterns, and delights in watching his countless carefully laid conspiracies unfold, gradually revealing his insane plans to his pawns in ever more terrible detail. He is the patron of many sorcerers whom he gifts with ever more profound mastery of the winds of magic. That's interesting. The Beastmen are folded into this section. They don't have their own separate tab. Okay. When the polar gates collapsed and chaos came roaring into the world, the Grace Forests became domains of the Beastmen. For thousands of years they ruled their realms unchallenged, preying upon the cowering young Graces as wolves prey upon sheep. But the reign of beasts was not to last. Scattered tribes of man grew steadily in number, and the courage of their people increased. The prey began to fight back when the Beastmen came, timidly at first, but with ever increasing ferocity until eventually it began to win victories, forcing the Beastmen to flee. With each defeat, the Beastmen retreated further and further into the dark forests, pursued by the growing armies of man. In their wake, their victorious enemies felled the trees and cleared the ground, taming it with plough and harrow. In time, the land was ruled by man, who looked upon the shrinking forests from behind tall walls and planned ever more campaigns against the beasts of the forest. Yet despite the gains made by man, the wild woods remain largely untamed. The proud cities of man are but flickering pinpoints of light. Islands barely maintain sanctity in the vast black sea of trees. Outside of each town and village, the dark forests echo the howling savage beasts. Okay, the rest of this is basically how evil and twisted and dark the Beastmen are, and how they follow the Chaos Gods. Doesn't seem to be anything to really pick out. Huh, okay. The Wolves of the Sea. Bordered to the south by the icy waters of Sea of Claws, and to the north by the Kraken Sea and the Shadowlands of the Chaos Wastes, the Norscan Peninsula is a harsh and unforgiving land. To its east lies the southern arm of the Frozen Sea, and east of that the great steppes of Kislev. To its west lies routes to all the seas of the world, and open invitation to the adventurous spirit of the seafaring Norskans. There are no major cities in Norska, and the country is not ruled by a single king, nor governed by any form of central bureaucracy. Instead, each of the many tribes dominate their own region, maintaining a number of towns, villages, and stockades. Each of these is in turn governed by a chief, who answers only to their tribe's king or queen. These tribes are rarely at peace with one another, constantly raiding their neighbours' lands and holdings for resources. It is common for smaller villages to be invaded, razed, and re-established within a single generation. Yet for all their warlike nature, Norskans will unify against a common enemy, and many times in history a tribal council has been called, whereby the kings and queens of the various tribes attempt to set aside their differences and unite in a shared cause. Typically when such a council is called, it will be headed by a single ruler nominated from amongst those in attendance to act as a figurehead. By tradition, this role should fall to the eldest and most venerated king or queen present, but will often be gifted to a ruler of the largest and most powerful tribe, thus avoiding violent disagreement. When the armies of Chaos gather to invade the Old World, they count many Norskins amongst their number. The tribes that dwell in the northernmost reaches of Norska stand tall amidst the ranks of even the most fearsome Northlanders, and are likely to venerate the dark gods of Chaos as they are the old gods of man, for their lands lie close to realms of Chaos and are often tainted by its shadows. Okay, so Norskins? Like we might see a nice range of Norskin miniatures show up? That'd be nice. Each year, countless warbands set sail aboard sturdy longships plying for long ocean waves in search of rich coastal settlements to pillage and plunder, and terrorizing the isolated villages that eke out their existence from the bounty of the sea. Indeed, such raids are so common along the coast of the Old World that most nations maintain numerous garrisons to guard against the ravages of Norscan pirates and protect their people. But many tribes of Norska are not just raiders. They are great traders and merchants sailing far and wide in search of exotic goods and untapped markets. And they are bold explorers, ever seeking new lands to colonize. For this reason, there are many Norscan colonies dotted across the Old World. Most are peaceful places populated by travelers and adventurers that choose to settle in more hospitable climates than the bleak, windswept mountains of their distant homeland. Many become important centers of commerce valued by mercenaries and merchants alike, and most are vital ports through which trade passes. However, all attract and harbour Norscan raiders come to loot, pillage, and make war. Add to this that many Norskans are touched by mutating powers of chaos, often displaying animalistic features, or in rare cases being capable of shape-shifting, shedding their human form, and taking on battle beast. It is no surprise that Norscan colonies are seldom popular with natives. Consequently, most far-flung Norscan outposts are heavily fortified against aggression. Most such colonies can be found on the coast of the Empire, Bretonnia, and Kislev, with the largest of which include Erengrad in Kislev, Mananheim in Nordland, and Skahadtorm in Skayad, whatever that word says, in Bretonnia. Others survive in far distant corners of the world, many months sailing from the treacherous coast of Norska, in lands as far-flung as Lustria, Telia, Araby, and according to some, Far Cathay, Kuresh, and Nippon. Kuresh mentioned again as well. Yeah, Kislev. Okay. Kingdom of Kislev, considered the northernmost outpost civilization of the Old World, and boasting the strength and stability to rival the Empire, Kislev has grown rich from trade with the east and south, while its great cities prosper from wealth harvested from forests and mines. Southern men and women think of Kislevites as strange and uncouth, though in truth they are every bit as cultured and as advanced as any human nation. This assumption of savagery derives from their armies, bare-chested horse archers, bare-mouthed knights, and ice-reefed war sleds, and all a legacy of their origins of the eastern steppes. Kislev was created when the eastern horse tribes, among them the Ungols and Gospodas, came across the World's Edge Mountains. The natives of these lands, fierce warriors in their own right, could not resist the newcomers, and like dozens of tribes before them reaching out far to the east, they swore allegiance to the Khan Queen and subsumed into the growing Kislevite Empire. In East Kislev, beyond the World's Edge Mountains, outposts of the Kislevite Empire reach all the way to the edges of Grand Cathay. Here, great cities stand, linking the western and eastern reaches of the Warhammer world, a legacy to the mighty tribal empires built by the Khan Queens of old. In the distant east lies Karakorsky, a great trade city that unifies the steppe tribes for thousands of miles around. Further west, near the floating mountains, stand Great Rasputia, the crossroads of the world. Roads from Rasputia stretch far to the cities and lands across the Warhammer world. Westernmost of the great cities is Zamoski, gateway to the Oblast. Standing sentinel at the end of the Skull Road, it marks the point where the east and the west meet. Despite the presence of the cities, the eastern steppes remain a wild and dangerous place where marauder tribes, hobgoblin raiders, and ogre warbands are a constant threat. Ogre warbands are a constant threat. Oh yeah, the Kislevites are ruled by the Romanov family at this point. I think we are still in fantasy, but yeah. There's nothing subtle about these guys. It is just Soviet Union medieval lore just all merged together. I'm going to say Soviet Union because it encompasses all of Russia and what would be the Eastern Bloc under Soviet Union rule. All of their cultures, all of their traditions, all of their things just merged together. I mean, Kislev is just a bastardization of Kiev. And the culture is a mix of Cossack and Mongolian. And a bit of Muscovite, I suppose. But yeah, Alexis Romanov. Come on, it's not subtle, is it? This here brought a lot of attention as we move over to Grand Cathay. This was artwork from Warhammer Total War. Far to the east of the Old World lies the vast empire of Grand Cathay, stretching from the Warpstone Desert in the west to the far sea of the east, the hinterlands of Kuresh to the south, to the great steppes of the north. The empire of Grand Cathay has endured and prospered for longer than any other human civilization. Cathay is a land of wonders, with islands that hang in the sky, airships that glide across the azure heavens, and living statues that stand sentinel over its borders and fortress gates. Cathay predates almost all human civilizations and is by far the most populous human nation in the world. Its provinces, great cities, and fortresses spanning thousands of miles of forests, mountains, plains, and deserts. Long before the coming of the Old Ones, the celestial dragon ruled the East. In time, humans populated his lands and came to revere him for his power and wisdom. When chaos flooded the world, the celestial dragon brought together and protected the tribes in the East. In thanks, the humans took the dragon as their emperor and served him with loyal admiration. At the birth of Cathay, the celestial dragon took a mate, the Moon Empress, and with her had 9 draconic children to rule the land, watching over their father and their mother from the capital city of Weijin. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose that should be spoilers, shouldn't it? Though long years of stability and patience, though its enemies are many and its leaders not always in agreement, the dragons have brought harmony to Cathay. The dragons teach the philosophy of yin and yang, the balance of all things. This goes so far as the Emperor and the Empress themselves, the Celestial Dragon representing the embodiment of yang, the power of light, heaven and fire, the Moon Empress personifies yin, the power of shadow, spirits and night. Together they are 2 halves of one whole, just as Grand Cathay endures through a perfect balance of all things. In recent times, the great balance of Cathay has been threatened, and it faces danger like no other time in its long history. For over 2 centuries, the Celestial Dragon Emperor and the Moon Empress have been absent, leaving the running of the Empire to their children. It is a time of darkness and disharmony for Cathay. Not even the draconic rulers of the Empire seem to know where their father and mother have gone, or more worryingly, if they will ever return. Throughout the Empire, rebel lords and ambitious magistrates scheme to take power, while the countryside has become infested with bandit kings and criminals. In Weijin, the Jade Dragon, I'm going to butcher the pronunciations of a lot of this, as I've paid 0 attention to Cathay in Total War, and I'm not really good with the Chinese pronunciation and language themes that Cathay has taken on. Yanbo struggles to hold his father's empire together and oversee the Celestial Court and its astromancer cabals with little help from his bickering siblings. In the east, Yin Yin, the sea dragon, looks out across the Jade Sea, her treasure fleets travelling east, south and west in search of gold and glory. Meanwhile, in the south, Lai Dao, the fire dragon, guards the border against the invasions from Ind and Kuresh, all while keeping one eye on the mischievous Monkey King in the nearby mountains of heaven. In the west, Xiao Ming, the Iron Dragon, indulges himself consumed by his alchemical research. Ind and Kuresh keep popping up, don't they? I really hope we get something for them. Hey Frosh, how's it going? In the north, Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon, favoured daughter of her father, defends a great bastion that protects Grand Cathay from the open steppes and the chaos wastes beyond. A feat of almost unimaginable engineering, the great bastion climbs hundreds of feet above the landscape, its walls and towers bristling with cannon, archers, and legions of soldiers. Such is the might of the great bastion that it has never fallen, and only been breached a few times in its long history, often as a result of magical cataclysmic seismic events. The secret of its strength comes from its construction. Thousands of years ago, when the people of the Old World were little more than primitive warring tribes, The celestial dragon was fighting to preserve his domain from the endless chaos invasions. He foresaw the destruction of his empire at the hands of the dark gods, and knew that in time even he would not be able to resist the rising tides of invaders. He was right, I suppose. His solution was to gather his greatest engineers and levy thousands upon thousands of subjects to raise a wall from the mountains in the west to the ocean in the east, a barrier to stand for all time. Well, it's a good effort. As the wall grew, the celestial dragon and his children poured their magic into it, and so it became more than merely a barrier of stone, wood and steel, but one of will and determination. And I think that's all there is for the lore in this book. So I think we're now on to the game itself. Yes, we are. So we got through quite a bit of the book. I know it doesn't look that impressive there, but that's a lot of lore to think about and talk about. But I find it really interesting that the Dogs of War, Telia and Estalia are talked about in actual detail. And Araby, to a degree as well. So I think we can expect units for those factions. With constant hints and discussion about Nippon, Ind and Koresh suggests that there might be something there as well. But otherwise it's a pretty good overview of the main factions in the Old World. Right, I'm going to quickly go and grab some more coffee, and we'll then discuss what we want to look at next. If we want to carry on going through the rules or what else. If there's something to like, actually that's a point. Whilst I'm going to get coffee, put in chat what we should do next. Should we have a look at the rules for the game? Should we have a look at the army book? The army supplement for Bretonia, or the models? Like, just put in chat what you want me to look at next. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anyone suggest anything. Let's try and just readjust the camera a bit. There we go. Yeah, Dave, I pre-ordered for pre-order. I have a wonderful local hobby store in which I was able to like do a pre-order form for the pre-order. So I was able to guarantee that I was going to have a box to pre-order. And I have some incredible friends here who are able to lend me the money to buy all the stuff. So, yeah. Should we have a look at the rules? Or should we look at the Bretonnian lore in a bit more detail? Or do you want to have a look at the models? Back on hope. Yep. Hey, Maximilian. Yep, flourishing Merkel's garden. That doesn't sound like fun. Well, I suppose, sorry for the, YouTube folk. But, actually, that's a point. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's see what models they actually put in the book. If there are any. Images. So, Max, you probably want to go back and watch your stream because we've just been through the last 2 hours talking about all this lore and going through it all, the front section of this book. Which is all the lore of all the factions, basically. From this point onwards, we've got the overview of how the game actually plays to go through. Although, I'll probably do this by looking at the reference sheet. Because we've got a lot to go through here. And this is all just mostly rules. In diagrams, I don't think there's going to be many images of models in this section. So I've been really focusing on trying to put artwork in here. And I think that might be intentional, to be honest. Like the lack of trying to suggest what models you should be using. Because there's going to be generations of models. That's some beautiful old artwork. Lots of models here. I've got the old elf archers, old Lothan Sea Guard, old spearmen. Old Tomb King stuff. Hey, look at our old Empire army. Got a, oh, what's it called? A carriage altar. Shrine of, I can't remember what it's called. To be honest, I really should know. Well, I guess I'll learn more about the Empire when we go through the Forces of Fantasy book. The old mortar, the old state militia, the demigriffs, the steam tonk, the old orcs and goblins and trolls. Man. Oh, we've even got really old tree people here. That's fun. Let's have some Weight Watchers. But yeah, it is just all the old fantasy models. Do I think the... yes. I think Albion will... It's like, with being so much about Norska, I'm going to assume there's going to be stuff to do with Albion involved in that. Once they get around to doing it. Okay, there is a section of models. Okay, cool. Let's properly skip forward and go through this properly. The Empire of Man. And this is a Marienburger army, which is nice to see. Is also interesting. So the flagship Empire folks are going to be in blue and yellow, which is going to be interesting, as that's the colour my Bretonians are going to be in. It's also nice to have it confirmed for me. But I do actually know my state colours. Even as someone not of the Empire. Oh man, look how beautiful that steam tonk is. I'm gonna have to get a steam tank, even though I'm not planning on doing an Empire army. I'll find ways to wedge it in with an allied detachment or something, because I need a tank. Like, if you know me, I need tanks. Demigriffs returning is going to be fun. Ah, the Lector of Sigma. There we go, that's what it's called. My beloved, my Bretonians. Coloured in the Heraldry of Brionne, as well as one of the more prominent dukedoms when it comes to fighting the Tomb Kings, and therefore one of the more active ones during this time. Again, it's all the old models. Wood Elves definitely had some of the better looking models, I think. And ones which I'm kind of surprised went away, to be honest. I mean, look at them. Okay, maybe not the Warhawk Riders, but like the ones riding the deers. Like, they were very pretty when they came out, and still are. Like, I really don't see the issue of them being re-released. The War Dancers as well. I think the High Elves probably have some of the weakest core units when it comes to how well they've aged. And I think it's no accident that they're not being shown here. Because the Archers have some particularly bad-looking models, I think is safe to say. The Orcs and Goblins. The old models again. The old Wyvern, the old Trolls. The Orcs and Goblins, looking as incredible as they always have. But, Oseida. Yes. No, I have one of those elves. This fucker. It's one of my very old elves. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Mr. Jiggle. He's meant to have a banner, but it snapped off. And, yeah. This fucker is quite painful to stand on, accidentally put your hand on. How's it going, Mr. Jiggle? Welcome on in. No, this is metal. And horrifically sharp. So yeah, that's a point as well. All the models in the old world will either be plastic, metal, or Forge World resin. No more Finecast. Finecast is dead. Yeah, I have an army of Australians as well. I love them so much. Yeah. Metal models killed Finecast. Which feels so good. Justice for metal models. But Dwarf Range is basically still available as part of the Cities of Sigmar category on the Warhammer website, by the way. If you want to buy a Dwarf army, you still can. It's mostly under the Cities of Sigmar category. Once I had a look the other day. But yeah, Longbeards and Iron Drakes are still for sale. Because I know a lot of people have been thinking about doing dwarfs. Look at them. The dwarfs have aged incredibly well, as well. Like, on reflection. Like, the Longbeards and the Iron Drakes just still look fantastic. And the Forge Father as well. I mean, look, that's just a great looking model. Yeah, speaking of aging like milk. Bees need an update. The skeleton horses haven't done very well. But otherwise, I think the Tomb Kings did do really well. I mean, most of the Tomb King range was refreshed or made just as the end times happened. But yeah, the older kits do need a bit of love. Like the Tomb Guard and the Ushabti look brilliant. The skeletal horses of the chariots, there is better. Warriors of Chaos. This will be an interesting one. Chaos Marauders, that's the old kit. And the Chaos Trolls. I mean, the Chaos Trolls don't need any changing, I don't think. I think they look pretty good as they are. Oh, I forgot how good that model looks. Yeah, thanks, Dave. It's like I've been waiting for this for a very long time. And it's like, for those who don't know, I mean, I suppose this model should give a bit of a hint. Warhammer Fantasy is what got me into tabletop gaming. It's the thing that really got me into the hobby and got me like interested in doing any of this. And the only real reason why I really truly committed to doing 40k and Horus Heresy stuff was because Age of Sigmar happened and I just couldn't get on with it. And all of my older models are, you know, still on their correct, well, incorrect sized bases, but correct shaped bases. And I really need to finish digging out all of my Swordmasters. So, yeah, we'll get onto rules in a little bit, Mr. Jiggle. I have some thoughts based on what I've seen other YouTubers talk about. Oh, streamers, YouTubers talk about. But on the surface, without trying to sound too dramatic or hypey, I think this is the best edition of Warhammer Fantasy. No, there is no paying any kind of respect for that idiot. That guy deserves no pity or remorse, or any kind of respect. That guy was a complete twat. And I'm so glad he got fined by the council for burning his army and causing a toxic cloud. Not just online, but quite literally. So, last edition of Fantasy I properly played was that one. Yeah, well, it's like, you know, two options. Try and rebase them for Sigma, and try to get in on that. Or, you know, wait patiently for Fantasy to return, or keep them on the square bases, so that you can, you know, play against people who still want to play Fantasy. That's what I did. But yeah, right. Should we talk rules? Or should we talk about the legacy factions? And the fact, you know, things like the Skaven aren't in the old world at the moment. So, yeah, a bunch of Warhammer Fantasy factions are not going to get army books in this edition of the old world. And they'll only be getting PDFs. So, the armies... I'll be getting rules. Is the Empire, Bretonia, Wood Elves, High Elves, Dwarfs, Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen, Tomb Kings of Khemri, and Orcs and Goblins. The other armies, other factions from Warhammer Fantasy are getting a free set of rules in a PDF at some point. So if you play Dark Elves, you play Skaven, you play Lizardmen, you play Ogre Kingdoms, Vampire Counts, Chaos Dwarfs. Am I missing other factions? I feel like I'm missing other factions. If you play any of those factions, you're going to get a free set of rules in a PDF form, and that's it. For now. They probably won't release any models either, so you kind of have to make do with what you can find, either on eBay or what's currently available in the Cities of Sigmar Ranger models, or just repurposing Age of Sigmar models themselves, because a lot of them will be fine. So the thing for me is what this is not this. I think is the best way to explain it, which is also why I made sure to get this book out for the stream. This is Warhammer the Old World. This is not Warhammer Fantasy. It's set in the same world as that, but it is not this. This is focusing on the Old World, which is the area of Warhammer Fantasy known as the Old World. Which is this area. And they've decided to set this a few hundred years before Warhammer Fantasy and the End Times happened. So, you know, we still have all the stuff we're familiar with from Warhammer Fantasy, but it's a lot more focused on an area, which gives them time to develop and evolve this and what's present here into what they want it to be before they start looking eastwards, westwards, south, south. And so I think it's really important to understand that they are trying to give us as much of that as we want, but still trying to make it its own thing, which they can really develop and build. Because this became very stagnant, right? A lot of people talk about the fact that Warhammer Fantasy died because no one was bothering to buy the models, no one was bothering to buy the books, it was all said, all done. Everything had happened, nothing new was happening. Whereas going back here, to a period of history which is really, really fucking interesting. Sorry for swearing for people who don't like that. No, this is going back to a period which has a lot of really interesting events happening, but hasn't been properly and truly fleshed out. Meaning that they can retread the same story that we're all familiar with, but in a new light, in a new way, in a new approach, which gives them an opportunity to tell stories they want, develop model ranges they want to, whilst keeping it within the Warhammer Fantasy world. Like, a lot of people are very mad and very angry about the fact there are now female knights in Bretonia, for example. And to be honest, it kind of makes sense, especially if you read into why Bretonia in Warhammer Fantasy doesn't have female knights. Because they do, spoilers. And they always have. It's about, they're setting it 200 years behind. It gives them, the opportunity to have a different set of societal norms. Back during this time period, it could have been socially acceptable for women to, outwardly present as women whilst being knights. And, it is in the old world. Whereas it isn't necessarily here. And, over those 200 years between this and that could have changed, Think about how our society in the real world has changed. over the last 200 years since the 1800s. It's a very different world. And unfortunately, for World of Warhammer, it's always been going backwards. And so the idea that society would have regressed that far back into being, you know, quite sexist and classist makes sense, to be honest, right? You know, it's everything's getting worse and worse. The people who are in power are more desperate to cling on to power, and so therefore we're going to target minority politics. You know, it's boring real world stuff, but it makes sense for society to have regressed, basically. And so it gives us an opportunity to have a more freeing, more open, more fun, and a lot more opportunity in this than we did in this. And it's really been seems to be capturing that with the phrasing and how open-ended a lot of Warhammer the Old World is compared to Warhammer Fantasy. As one of the big mistakes with Fantasy was how definite everything was. Everything was quite clear-cut, and everything was very factual and matter-of-factly because it was always played as a historical game. Rather than one which you are a part of. It's a very different tone between these two games and settings in that sense. Like, we are taking part in the journey and experience of what it was like to be in the old world during the build-up to the Great War against Chaos. Whereas Warhammer Fantasy was a game about us playing those historical battles of a fantasy setting. And that perspective shift is quite different between these two. And so, by stepping away from this, they freed themselves up to have a lot more fun, I think is the best way to put it with this, than they were trapped in with this. Like, this is, I love this. This is my baby. This is the thing that I truly fell in love with as a, like, hobbying game. But this is so much more exciting because what it can be, and what I hope it will be. And, you know, it's like whilst we've been going through the lore here, like the Southern Kingdoms and stuff, this, you know, it's the Dogs of War, like all of this is still here. Telia, Estalia, Araby, Kuresh, Ind, Nippon, all of these weird obscure things that they could have easily swept under the rug are still here. We now have the opportunity to explore them in a more mature light, while still being like freeing and, to use a word that might annoy some people, liberal, right? It's a far more liberal approach to it, in which has a lot more opportunity for us to have fun games set in a setting which isn't, you know, hard-coded, matter-of-factly, you know, absolutes. And I think this is a really good change. But part of this, them growing and evolving this setting, is they need somewhere to start. And right now, they are leaning into this. They're calling it the Old World, which has multiple meanings. Right now, it's a literal one. It's about the Old World. The area of the Warhammer Fantasy world known as the Old World. As we, you know, I've said the words Warhammer World so many times whilst we were reviewing the lore in this book. And many times we've mentioned factions or places in the Warhammer world which are not here. Yeah, but Europe is Old World. Old World as a real life term means our continent, so Europe, Asia, and Africa. Well, Africa is not our continent, but you know, it's bundled in. This, like, landmass. Whereas the New World is the Americas and technically Oceania. Anywhere in which you'd have to go on a boat for a long journey to get to is New World. And so it looks like, for now, they're focusing on the Old World, while they start looking at the rest of it, because we know they're looking off this way, to Cathay, to Ind, to Nippon, to Kuresh, and the Eastern Steppes. Like, all of this area off this way is going to be talked about and covered eventually, which is not on this map. So we know from a fact, from the get-go, they are going to expand away from just this area. And setting it in this time period gives them the ability to just recycle, reuse what was already there, in the form of like how the Empire is in fantasy, is more or less how it is here. But, you know, there's societal changes, a few tweaks, a bit weirdness. There's no College of Magic yet. Is like the main difference, really. But it's multiple different empires. Which is a really cool opportunity. It gives them the opportunity to invent 4 different ways of making the empires. Making the empire. The Westerland, the Reichland, Österland, and the Vital people. Anyway, you know, there's like they have the creativity and freedom to explore and, you know, come up with different ideas for what it would look like. Bretonia, they got a chance to reinvent them, as people have found controversial already, we talked about. And the same with Kislev, it gives them a chance to actually make Kislev interesting and not just, you know, big strong bear and the Russian sounding people. There's more opportunity there, and it's like for Border Princes, we know this is going to be a big focus as well. You know, can just blend and mix and just have fun and create. And once they've finished expanding out and developing this world, they can turn the old world's meaning into something about the world, the old world, as in the entire world, before it was this world, the current world, I guess. And so we're talking about Cafe, for example, the ogres, the Skaven, the beastmen, they're all relevant to its lore. Demons and dark elves are relevant to the lore of Kislev. The war against chaos wasn't just the forces of chaos invading the old world. The Great War against Chaos involved Nurgle demons, demons and dark elves invading Ulthuan. It's one of the main reasons why the High Elves weren't here to rescue Kislev. And, you know, the ogres, Skaven, demons, dark elves, these are all factions which aren't currently present in this lore, but are instrumental to the lore of what happens in this storyline. So to just blindly assume that they're never going to be here seems a bit weird. At the same time, I don't think we will get the Warhammer Fantasy factions. There's, like, the Dark Elves here is like one of the things which I found quite interesting. If we go back to the High Elf lore a second. Where are they? I'm just going to quickly glance through this, just to double check my assumptions here. But I don't think I noticed any mention of Slaanesh here. Yeah, so in here, in this section here, talking about the High Elves, which we'll probably get more information on once we get the supplement for them. There is no mention here of the creation of Slaanesh. The Sundering, which is mentioned in here somewhere. I think it's in the timeline. Oh yeah, most of the interesting, to put it nicely, most of the interesting stuff that doesn't involve humanity featuring high elves happened thousands of years before humanity was a thing, really. Right, Sundering. Catch you later, Baz. Have a good one. Okay, so two things on the Sundering, right? Hey, thanks for the bits. So, Belshazzar is assassinated at the shrine of Assyrian. And revealing his treachery, Malarian proclaims himself Phoenix King. The would-be usurper steps into the sacred flames of Assyrian to prove his worth, but is found wanting and emerged horrifically burned. Civil war erupts across Ulthuan. The Sundering. At the height of the civil war upon Ulthuan, Malarian attempts to harness the powers trapped within the Great Vortex and bring forth a realm of chaos once more. His catastrophic failure unleashes energies that devastate the land, causing much of Ulthuan to be engulfed by the ocean's waves. Malarian and his treacherous armies flee to Nagaroth. So, the elves didn't create Slaanesh, basically, it seems like, right? That's a retcon by the looks of things. Which leads to some really interesting things. I really just write him as Malarian. Yeah. Yeah, it's Malarian now instead of Malekith. Yeah, it's like, as mentioned, the old ones are the old ones. Orcs are orcs. The orcs came to the Warhammer world on board the old ones' ships. Yeah. Elves in this universe, well, this universe on this planet, which definitely is not part of the 40k universe at all, definitely not, despite sharing the same gods, the same old ones, the same orcs. Yeah, the High Elves didn't create Slanesh in this universe, well, in this timeline now. So what I think might happen here, then, is I think the Dark Elves might get reinvented a bit into being more of like a twist on the High Elves. And I'm interested to see how that takes shape. Because I've got a feeling that's the direction they'll go with this. Like, I can see the Dark Elves being a supplement for the High Elf army list. Ogres will be an interesting one. So I'm not really sure how you do that. And I need to quickly find a charger for my iPad. It's running out of battery. About to declare an errand. They're called Crusades now, Aberrant. We can finally call them what they are. Because, yeah, that's another change. I haven't seen the words errantry war yet. They do seem to just be crusades. That's right. Founding of Bretonia. Let's see. We've got Skaven mentioned, which is cool. So, the words errantry war mentioned anywhere since then. Yep, no errantry wars. They're just for crusades now. Yeah, the Great Crusades. Yeah, that's it. That's the only mention of errantry wars, or well, not errantry wars, but what we'd call the errantry wars before is just crusades now. Because I think that's another important thing, which is nice about this, is this setting has been really, like, properly been redone over this one. Warhammer was created to be a legally distinct version of Lord of the Rings originally, so that Citadel could produce miniatures. Definitely not intended to be used for Lord of the Rings or Dungeons and Dragons, or for using Dungeons and Dragons to play Lord of the Rings. And it evolved into its own thing, and with that came a whole bunch of mess and weirdness. You know, them trying to, like, avoid using certain phrases, or them using certain things, just to avoid any messes. And, you know, it's like there are some absolutely terrible and really poorly thought out things in Warhammer Fantasy, which absolutely deserve to die and cease to exist. Right? Stuff I can't talk about because I'm fairly sure it's going to breach the terms of service on YouTube, right? You know, it's like there was like certain races of people from Araby and the north of what we would describe as Africa. Yeah. It's like why I'm still kind of surprised they've committed to Kislev, and I really hope that they do get fleshed out properly in a more serious way. Because, yeah, like I said, they were originally just the various medieval Teutonic, well, not Teutonic, you know, the various medieval cultures of what was at the time the Soviet Union, all mixed together in a way which, right now, would be considered incredibly offensive because of how it's eroding the distinct cultures of those countries which are no longer part of the Russian Federation. Sorry for letting my political opinion slip in there, but yeah. Russia's not that far away from being Soviets again. But besides the point, the countries which were part of the Soviet Union, which no longer are, all have distinct cultures and personalities which are all just kind of blended together for Kislev. And it'll be good to see that better separated out and respected with them. And I think that's one of the main stumbling blocks as to why Kislev isn't such a dominant faction already. It's probably because the war in Ukraine has well, that's the thing, right? Is Kislev... So the name Kislev is Kiev, just weirdly said. And a lot of the culture in which dominates old Kislevite lore is Cossack in nature. Or Hussite, I guess? So, yeah, it's a lot of, like, yeah, Polish culture, Cossack culture, Muscovite culture, Mongolian culture, Slavic culture. All of these were just kind of blended together in what people would perceive like a medieval version of the Soviet Union to have been. And none of them were truly respected properly. So it's like when we read through the lore for them earlier, it does seem like they are separating it out a lot more, which is good. Like, it's really good that if they are going to take direct inspiration from different cultures, they're doing a better job of separating them out and making them distinct in a way that can be celebrated and identified, rather than just blurring them all into what could be seen as offensive stereotypes. Last real-world question of the day. Which city in Warhammer the Old World is Paris? Good question. Wait, are you talking about the community Z? Or, the faction? I really hope someone got that joke. We'll have a look properly at the map of Bretonnia, which I really hope is in the Bretonnian books, which I have. But none of them really standing out to me as Paris. Because Bordeaux is very obvious, it's just Bordeaux. Cologne? I guess Cologne. I guess. I don't know the suburbs of Paris enough to get if it is a reference to anywhere in France. And I really need a French person to help me with understanding all the references in Bretonnia. Because Bretonia in its name is, you know, Brittany. We're Briton. Yeah. Sort of Annie, right? Leoness is Leon. I mean, that's an obvious one as well. Right. It's like, so time period wise, I suppose, keeping with the legacy ramble second. At this period of time specifically they've chosen, which is a really good one for like covering as many factions as possible in a way that's, you know, still like recognizable to us. Faction to right of it. Well, that's the Dutch. The Marienburg is basically just the Netherlands or Belgium. So the legacy factions. In the Old World timeline, the vampires have basically been ended. Not like removed from existence, but they aren't a dominant force or a recognizable force of any serious threat in the Old World area. I mean, Denmark is kind of like Middenland area. Like, it's the more north. This is basically the Holy Roman Empire, as it was in the medieval era. Right, the further north you go, the more closer to Denmark and Sweden you get. The further south you get, the more you get to Switzerland. And a bit of Italy even. Right. Old World timeline. What's happening in the world? Vampire counts have just been beaten back out of Sylvania. Vlad von Carstein is dead, for now. And von Carsteins have been severely crippled and pushed back. They're no longer a threat in the Old World. What's happening elsewhere with vampires hasn't been discussed yet. So we don't know what's going on with, like, the Lamians? Anyway, yeah, you know, for the rest of the vampires we don't really know because they're not in the Old World. So there's plenty of opportunity for vampire accounts to become relevant again, or be introduced in a way that's interesting. Like, I'd be incredibly shocked if the vampire coasts don't make an appearance in fantasy. Because that's a thing. They weren't really a thing in Warhammer. They had a White Dwarf supplement in 6th edition, and that was it. The Vampire Coasts are basically a work of fiction by the Total War team. Which means they have an opportunity to show up in the Old World. But there would be basically nothing for them to bring from Warhammer Fantasy. So we could see the vampires and vampire coasts become a thing. There's plenty of scope for that to happen. The Skaven, at this point, are deep into their own civil war. And they are too busy scheming, plotting, stabbing, murdering themselves to really feature above ground yet. Although the Great War against Chaos ends not with the defeat of the Ever-Chosen, but with the return of the Skaven. The Skaven emerge after the final battle of the Siege of Prague and become a serious threat again. So it would make sense for Skaven to reappear then. And, you know, that's a pretty significant event. Skaven returning. And as that ends the storyline for the Old World, I'd be surprised if it wasn't included. And also, the Skaven of Clan Eshin are pretty active throughout this entire period over in Cathay. as much as I find it really cheesy and borderline boring, Deathmaster Snitch trained in cafe to do rat foo, how to use shurikens, and be a ninja. Yes, it's very cheesy. Very cheesy. Right? Skaven ninjas, trained in cafe. Right? It's, I'm surprised he doesn't have pet turtles. So, yeah. That's happening. So, Skaven should have some kind of presence. The Ogre Kingdoms are one of the main reasons the Great Walls of Cathay were put up. Well, the Great Bastion was made. So, the Ogre Kingdoms are pretty important for the Cathayan lore. But also, a lot of the Ogre tribes took part in the Great War of Chaos on the side of Chaos. A lot of the Ogre tribes were bribed or convinced to join with the Norskins and the Warriors of Chaos to invade the Old World. So it would make sense then for Ogre Kingdoms to show up. And that would be a pretty good way to introduce them. The Dark Elves we already talked about earlier. They are a significant part of why the High Elves weren't there to save the day for Kislev. Kislev gets wiped out, basically, during the war against Chaos. Prague had already been fallen and turned into a demon fortress by the time the warriors of the Empire, the Dwarfs, and the High Elves reached it. The walls were living flesh. The souls of the inhabitants and the defenders bound to it, their screaming faces, screaming in agony and pain and despair at what had happened to them, being tormented by the demons that followed, right? Kislev is fucked by that point. There's demons, and that's about it in Kislev by the time the forces of order, well, the forces of by the time the forces of fantasy arrive. And yeah, it would be really weird for them not to include demons. The Dark Elves, like I said, invade Ulthuan during this time period as well to stop the High Elves going and saving the day. So it'd be really weird for the Dark Elves not to be featured. The only faction which I'm really struggling to think of a logical reason to introduce without just saying, fuck it, we're doing the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy, are the Lizardmen. But the Lizardmen are by far one of the most popular non-factions to the Old World. So I've been thinking about ways I could introduce them back in. And it's sort of, yeah, the Lizardmen aren't just bound to Lustria, is the big thing. And depending on how the story of the Bretonnians versus the Tomb Kings exist, like how it's played out, what I could see happening is the Lizardmen attacking Nehekara from the south. And, you know, the serious threat of the Lizardmen attacking the Nehekarans and, you know, putting a threat to the Tomb Kings from the south would be a pretty good reason for the Tomb Kings to stop attacking the south of the Old World. Right? So I can see that being a pretty good, like, series of events. If, you know, Tomb Kings attacking from the south, Chaos attacking from the north, Ogres from the east, Dark Elves from the west, it would be a pretty good idea for the Lizardmen and the and the Slan priests to direct their forces in attacking the Tomb Kings to free up the attacks from the south, to allow the rest of the Old World's forces that are committed to protecting the south to march north or east. This avoids us having to expand the storyline necessarily into Lustria without having a very good reason to do so. and keeps us to where we already are in terms of the map. It keeps the old world without introducing the new world. Because that's going to start to get really confusing. I think we probably will eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if we get Warhammer the New World at some point. As like being the second or third edition thing. Because I've noticed in other game systems that they do that, you know, different seasons have different names, right? Like that Age of Sigmar game. Well, yeah, the Age of Sigmar games, right? Each season, each edition has a different name to it. So I can see them doing something like that with Warhammer the Old World as well. No, I can see a new world. I can see a ancient world, and that being focusing on Cathay, Nippon, Kuresh, Ind, for example. I can see that happening. And then Warhammer the New World, focusing on Ulthuan, Nagaroth, Lustria. And so yeah, basically there's a whole world of opportunity for this game system, and I think a lot of people are getting too caught up right now in the fact that this game focuses only on the base 9 factions for now, despite the fact there's every reason for every other faction to show up. Because yeah, Chaos Dwarves, as Ben pointed out over on Twitch, you know, they can show up quite easily. They work with the Warriors of Chaos. It's not difficult for them to be inserted in. They're a threat to Cathay, they're a threat to the Old World in the Great War of Chaos. How many Cathay Dragon Lords are there in the Old World? In the Old World, there are 9. In Warhammer Fantasy, there are 6. In Warhammer Total War, which is set in the middle ground between the End Times and Warhammer Fantasy, there are 4. What happens to them is, yeah. We don't really know, but it's heavily suggested that Archaon may have, Archaon and a few other people may have killed Celestial Dragons. He critically failed and killed it instead. Yeah. So, yeah, the legacy armies will reappear at some point. I just don't think they'll be reappearing exactly how they were in Warhammer Fantasy, which is why they're not here yet. I think they're being reinvented into something more appropriate for this setting than the Warhammer Fantasy setting is the ultimate take on of this. So rules or models, I guess. Well, or should we look at the army book? Army book, rules, or models? Alright, I've created a poll over on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube people. YouTube doesn't have fun features like that. So head over to YouTube, I guess. Head over to Twitch, or over on Twitch, vote in the poll. I'm going to go and grab another drink because I've been talking a lot over the last 4 hours. So yeah, I need to keep my throat hydrated. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and yeah, we'll go over whatever it is you guys choose. And I'll leave some eye candy whilst I do. Wait, did I just witness democracy function in my chat? Did you guys actually successfully vote on something? Holy shit. Wow, I'm impressed. Today really is a day of miracles. Models won. So I do want to slightly sidestep models for a second because I want to see if there's any images in the other books first, especially this one because this will give us a better insight into the forces of fantasy models if there are any pictures. Yeah. And then, yeah, we'll have a quick look for models in this book and for supplement, and then we'll get on to actual models. It's just such a beautiful map, isn't it? I don't think I'll ever get bored of looking at the map. I think they're going to be scattered through, if there are any. Okay, so we have the summaries. The armies. There we go. Oh, nice, okay, so we do actually have proper... Okay. Right, I think this will be a good thing to do here. Also, to address what Max was talking about over on YouTube, I know I kind of skipped it. Wow. They're kind of playing Warriors of Chaos and High Elves against each other as equals, it seems. Because they kind of are in terms of like what they achieve for the good side versus the bad side. But, yeah. So, images and models. So, Dragon Slayers, Dwarf Miners. The Organ Gun is still here. Dwarf Engineers, Runesmiths, Rune Lords. With Thunderer and Flame Cannons. All the old models. As beautiful as ever. Okay, the Marienburger. I suppose is Marienburg Dutch? Belgian? Or is it Hamburg? I mean, do the colours line up? I can't remember what the heraldic colours of Hamburg are. Anyway. It looks like the most current fantasy. Ah, yes, the Old Empire. I love this model so much. I hope this model does become available again. But yeah, it is just the most recent of the fantasy models seem to be the ones which they're suggesting. Which I don't have an issue with, personally. I'm quite glad of that. These guys are an exception, though. The Grail Knights need an update to suit who they are. That's one which definitely needs updating. Wood Elves, let's have a look. It's the old tree models, not the most recent one. This is one which the Book of Grudges pointed out on one of his YouTube videos, which I think is really interesting. These are the older models, not the most recent ones. And you could easily use Age of Sigmar models for a lot of the tree folk. Because these are just very sillily out of date, I think. Which I suppose has its own charm. I think there's a lot of people who will enjoy that. For me, I don't, personally. But, yeah. I actually have a couple of units of these on the sprue still somewhere. I'll see if I can find the Eternal Guard. That'll be fun. And the High Elves, looking as beautiful as ever. I hope the Archers get updated. At the same time, I used a lot of the High Elf Archer bits for my old Space Marine army. As they have some really nice feather pieces as decorations. Yeah, those are the old White Lions. The old Shadow Warriors. This is a model I really kicked myself over not getting in the end times. And I've been made aware that the Lothar and Seaguard are quite strong this edition, which is really annoying because the Lothar and Seaguard are by far my favourite part of the High Elves. And I don't want to come across as a meta chaser for just focusing on the Lothar and Seaguard, but the Lothar and Sea Cutter and the Lothar and Seaguard are just majestic. Yeah, a lot of the, what are they called? Those units would be. Like, I converted the Sergeant model for the, Spearman of the, Lumineth Realm Lords into a High Elf Prince. Because I just thought the model would look really good painted up and treated as such with a proper helmet. And I think I did a pretty good job. This guy's definitely going on a 25mm base for this army. I do need to switch the shield out because I'm not a huge fan of that, but yeah. Like, this guy definitely fits in here, doesn't he? Yeah, the Venari. There we go. So yeah, there's going to be lots of, I guess, cross-contamination? Cross-pollination of fantasy stuff with, the, yeah, Old World. And I can't wait to get a new dragon. Right, so there's some models in that book. Let's have a quick look in the supplement for any models. But I'm not sure there's going to be any. But this has a lot more detail on how chivalry stuff works, which is going to be good for painting our models later. Oh, there we go. Some alternatively painted models. Oh yeah, once I get around to getting some questing knights and grail knights, yes, I believe that was Duke Theodoric. Yeah, once I get some questing knights and grail knights, I will be putting up point redemptions on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, over on Twitch, if you watch the streams for long enough, you gain points. And you can use those points to spend on things, and I will be allowing you guys to come up with the heraldry colours. But I will say any like physical symbols have to have a decal. And I will try and find decals as much as I can, or try and 3D print shields and stuff. But yeah, we'll be doing point redemptions for the questing knights and grail knights. And I want a lot of questing knights, so don't worry. I'm also really tempted to do a Crusade army as well. I probably will, to be honest. And look how magical and majestic the Green Knight is as well. It will be limited. You won't be able to just like ditch all of your points into an entire army or host of knights painted up in your colors. Yeah, the idea I'm floating is anyway, the idea I'm floating is the idea of doing like dedicated streams to painting different heraldry colors and ideas. So if you need help with like how to paint certain colors, you can spend the points to redeem me to paint up a knight in those colors. So you'd have an idea of how to paint them in like a fantasy styling. So like if you wanted to know, like if you're playing Empire and you wanted to paint Reichlanders, for example, and you wanted to know how to paint red and white, I could then like paint a knight in the red and white colors to show you like how it would be done in like a fantasy styling. Yeah, it's like, well, House Sarah would just be Lannister colors, wouldn't it? Well, it's the thing that's nice about again, like a soft retcon they've done to fantasy, is the fact that the Bretonnians, by default, almost all of them, with the exception of Questing Knights and Grail Knights, wear the colours of their house, well, their dukedom. So, for example, I'm going to be painting mine up as the dukedom of Bordello, and so mine will be wearing blue and yellow. And that will be the same across all of them, with the exceptions of the Questing Knights and Grail Knights, which will be whatever heraldry you guys come up with, basically. And speaking of my Bretonnian, I don't have enough space on this table. Right, let's try moving that all up. What should we do with the models? Should we put together some models, or should we just have a look over the sprues? I'd like to do multicolored Knights of Realm for each. Well, it's a thing for Knights of Realm and Knights Errant. With the current law, they are, you know, of that realm, of that dukedom, so they wear the colours of that dukedom, and it's more historical in that sense. So, like, whilst the individual symbol of their heraldry and how their heraldry is divided should probably change, and we'll go over this in the army supplement for Bretonnians, because I think I saw it being explained there. The individual symbol and the way those colours are used on each knight will be different. And I'm just dreading the fact I know I'm going to try and paint a blue and yellow quartered with diagonal stripes on one of the quarters. I know I'm going to try and do it at some point. I'm going to hate myself for it because I'm doing blue and yellow. Well, yeah, so this is a question. In terms of models, do you want us to put together some models now? Or do you want us to have a look over the rules for the game? Yeah, it's fair, Aberrant. I mean, it is fantasy. And I think the change to how the heraldic colours works makes a huge amount of sense. Because, I mean, if you do want to do an army which is all, you know, every single knight has a different colour scheme, that's a crusading army. There are specific rules for if you want to have an army of knights of, like, all fancy colours and stuff. You know what? Fuck it, that's kind of answered my own question of what we're doing now. We're going to talk about the rules. So I can explain that better. So, we'll start off with this sheet because this is the summary sheet and very important and very, you know, straightforward. Okay? So, Warhammer the Old World is basically Warhammer Fantasy 9th edition in terms of its rule set. A lot of it is very similar to what previous Warhammer Fantasy editions were like. However, a lot of it's been streamlined and made significantly more straightforward and practical. So, at the beginning of your turn, as you do your turn, the enemy does their turn, well, your opponent does their turn. It's not alternating or random activations like in other games. So, at the beginning of your turn, you have the strategy phase, in which, you know, you use any abilities your lords, heroes might have, or your faction may specifically have. So this will be like where you blow like a magical horn, or cast any spells which might augment or like bless or enhance your troops, or curse the enemy's troops. You then cast any spells which are not part of a like shooting attack or movement thingy or a melee attack thing. So those are called enchantment or hex spells. And then you do your leadership checks for any units which are currently running away. So in this edition, to cast a spell, you don't have any winds of magic to generate. Thank fuck. And there's no, as far as I can tell, you don't draw cards to work out what spells you have. We'll double check. But it seems basically a spell has a difficulty on a scale of 1 to 12. You roll 2d6 and you add your wizard's casting level, which is between 1 and 5, to it. And if it is equal or higher to the spell's difficulty, the spell is cast. If you roll a double 6, it's cast and nothing can be done about it. And if you roll a double one, it is miscast, and you roll on the miscast table to see what happens to your poor wizard, or witch, or whatever they are. If you have a friendly wizard, or the enemy has a wizard within range, and they want to try and dispel, they have to roll equal to or higher than the casting wizard's spell roll. So, say I had a difficulty 6 spell, and I rolled a 7, and my wizard was a level 1 wizard, that would mean I'd have a total casting power of 8. If my friend has a wizard within range, and they rolled 8, and their wizard was a 3, meaning that they rolled a total of 11, my spell would be dispelled. A double 6 always is a dispel, and a double 1 is a miscast, even for dispelling. So, if, say, Aberrant Spellcaster successfully cast a spell, and I tried to, and I tried to dispel it, and I rolled a double 1, I'd then have to roll on this table here, miscast table. In which case, I'd have created a dimensional cascade in this situation. The summoned magic breaks free, creating an ethereal tornado. Center a 5-inch blast, a large blast template, over the wizard. Every model, friend or foe, whose base lies underneath the blast template risks being hit as described on page 95 and suffering a single strength 10 hit with an AP of -4. On a scale of 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked. So in this situation, my miscast would have put that over my caster. Which would not be very good. So, magic is very simple now. I'm going to assume Fireball is a 7. My wizard would be at minimum spellcast 1, so that would have been a success. I would have cast a Fireball. Done. So, there's also been a change to blast templates. We'll go over that in a second. Well, once we get to the shooting phase. So, in the movement phase, the order how things go is first you declare any charges. So this is a game where there is no charging, like as a charge phase. As part of the assault phase, you do your charging in the move phase. And it's fairly simple in that sense. If you're moving, you do it in the movement phase, regardless of what type of moving it is. Unless forced to by certain exceptions, basically. So you can't move and then charge. So, to charge, you must be within line of sight, and you can't be in a marching column. When a unit charges, the opponent can react. This is somewhat close to Horus Heresy, if you played the Horus Heresy game system. So they can either hold, Stand and shoot or flee. And to charge, you roll 2d6. In this case, I rolled a 6 and a 2. Add your charge roll to your movement's unit characteristic. So roll 2 dice, choose the highest, add that to your movement characteristic, that's how far you're moving. So, in the instance of my Bretonnian Knights, we'll use this as reference. They have a movement characteristic of 8. So this would mean I have a charge range, in this case, of 14. There are other things that can modify the charge range as well, but for this example, my charge range would be 14 inches. I then move my unit 14 inches towards the enemy, and try to get as many of my models into base contact as possible, whilst keeping in the blocky formation of Warhammer Fantasy. If I fail to move, if I fail the charge, say, in this case it doesn't really make sense, but it's like, say I rolled a 4, so I only moved 12 inches, but I did actually need to go that full 14 inches. My unit would move the 4 inches I rolled forwards, and then stop. They wouldn't move the full distance, or half distance as it is in Heresy. So it's basically them going like, right, let's go. No, actually, no, that's a silly idea, and stopping. This, creates an incentive for you to actually make sure you're guaranteeing your charges are a success, or going to happen, because now I've moved 4 inches forwards in my opponent's turn. They're now 4 inches closer, and they could potentially charge me instead. If close combat's inevitable, you're going to want to be the person who charges in first. So, in this situation, these knights are now out of position towards the enemy and very easy to be charged at, because I failed that charge. Okay, next is any compulsory moves. Your units may have a special rule that says that they have to move towards the enemy, or something like the Goblin Fanatics, which are those guys who carry a massive lead ball on a chain and spin around like madmen. This is when they would move in however way they end up moving, depending on what rules they have. And then in the remaining moves, this is where any other special abilities and stuff may kick in. And it's where wizards would cast their spells, like they have a spell that allows you to like teleport and move a unit. This is when that would happen. If a unit is marching, this is when it happens then as well. They move double the distance, but they can't perform any other maneuvers. They have to march in a straight line, or free, or they either double the movement range. So in this case, if these knights were to march, they would go 16 inches, or triple if they're in a marching column, which knights can't do, I believe. We'll get there. And to do so, I must roll a leadership test. So in these cases, if I wanted them to march, I'd have to do a leadership check, which is I need to roll lower than the leadership number. So with a leadership of 8, I need to roll less than 8. In this case, I rolled a 7, so they'd be able to march. When maneuvering, I'm going to need a block of troops, aren't I? What units do I have that are like somewhat functional? Right, some clan rats. Alright, overly simplifying. And we'll get my sword masters. We'll bring these back and put them at an angle. Right, so things I can do. In the movement phase, you can wheel, in which the unit pivots. So if I wanted to like line up a charge, what I'd want to do with these Skaven is pivot them. So you do that by moving them like that. This is why movement trays are really useful, by the way. Basically just twisting them around, rotating the entire unit, and then I can move forwards or backwards. If I'm moving sideways, like sidestepping, I can only move half the unit's movement. If I'm moving backwards, I can only move half the move. But if I want to readdress the ranks, say I wanted to put these in a 2x2 for some reason, that movement of those two units to the back would count as the movement for that unit. So whatever distance that guy made, basically, it would be 2 inches. Roughly would be that unit's movement. Oh no, it's even simpler than that, sorry. You can just move them around, but it sacrifices half the movement characteristic. And if I want to completely change formation, that counts as its movement. So I had 20 of these guys, like 5x4, and I wanted to change it into 2 lots of 10. That would be its movement characteristic done. Yeah, I suppose I can use these for a charge range. Let's assume they have a movement characteristic of 6. And I want to charge those guys. I'd roll, they can move 5 inches, 11 inches. That should be good enough for me to do a pivot. And then charge in. That's how that would work. Shooting phase, I don't have any ranged units to use as examples here. But ballistic skill, roll to hit is the same as it used to be in Warhammer 40k and how it is in the Horus Heresy. To roll to hit, you roll a dice and it's the opposite number on the dice is needed, higher than that. So that sucks, Aberrant. So, that's the trick, and it makes more sense the more you think about it. So, the ballistic skill is easiest remembered as being the opposite number on a dice. So if your ballistic skill is 1, you need a 6 to hit. If your ballistic skill is 2, you need to roll a 5 to hit. If your ballistic skill is 3, you need a 4 to hit. If your ballistic skill 5, you need a 2 or higher to hit. If you have 6, it then becomes weird, and this is why it's a good way to remember it, is to hit on a ballistic skill of 6, you need to roll higher than a 1+, but a 1 always fails in Warhammer. So you'd roll a 2 or higher, and if you rolled a 1, you'd then need to roll a 6. So if I fail a ballistic skill 6 shot, and rolled a 1, I'd then need to roll a 6. In this case, I wouldn't hit. And it basically just wraps around again. Because it's a 5 plus a ballistic skill 1, if that makes sense. And then to wound, you have a chart. Sometimes a weapon may be just simply too weak to wound something. Like, if I, like, poke you, and you're made out of solid metal, I'm not going to wound you no matter how much I poke you. So there is a to wound chart, which is based off your weapon's strength and the opponent's toughness, to represent just like how strong or how weak stuff is and how likely it is to actually wound something based on how tough it is. Which I think makes sense. Right, if I've got a strength 10 weapon, you know, the strongest weapon in the game, and you're a toughness 3 unit, which is most humans, I only need to roll a 2 to wound you, because the chances of me not wounding you are pretty small. Whereas, like, you know, if I'm a strength 3 person because I'm a human, and you're toughness 10, I can't wound you. But I am not physically strong enough of hurting you. So, you roll to hit, you roll to wound, and then the opponent, that the person shooting at, takes a save. This will be either an armor save or a ward save, as cover is taken in the shooting. So, you know, let's take our wonderful Skaven here as examples. I'm going to assume that they'll probably end up having a ballistic skill of 2. Means I need a 5 plus to hit. And I'd say this is beyond short range. So I'd need to reduce their ballistic skill by 1, which means I need to roll it on 6s. In which case, none of these Skaven would hit the elves over there. Assuming they did hit, though, the elves are then in a... Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Ham. Assuming they did hit the elves are in heavy armor, so they'd likely have a 4 plus armor save, in which case one fails, one would take a wound, and they'd probably die. Because multiple wounds aren't really a thing. Like, certain characters, certain monsters, certain beasts might have multiple wounds, but it's pretty rare to find units with multiple wounds. In fact, on this sheet, one of the main notable examples is the Pegasus Knights. They have 2 wounds, but regular Knights of Realm only have 1 wound. Our Duke Gastile, our main character, has 5 wounds. So he'd need to be wounded 5 times before he's removed from the battlefield. Whereas our Knights of Realm only have 1, our Men-at-Arms only have 1, our Pegasus Knights have 2. This isn't 40k where everyone's a bullet sponge, basically. There is a dice which I unfortunately don't know where it is. At the moment. I'm fairly certain I have one, but there's a thing called an artillery dice. So if you fire a cannon, you know, like a human cannon at something, you roll an artillery dice, and it will show you how much further the shot actually goes from where it landed. So it's the bounce of the cannonball. Like when it hits the ground, it will then bounce and carry on. Well, the number on the artillery dice shows how much further it goes, or on certain rocket weapons it's how many times rockets hit. But there is a chance that you'll roll the exclamation mark, which shows that something bad happened to that artillery weapon. In which case you need to roll on the artillery, well, roll on misfire table. So if it's a cannon, roll to see what happens. 6. The fuse has gone out. As far as mishaps go, it's not very serious, but one of the crew will be feeling rather foolish. The model fails to shoot this turn. I rolled a 1. It's destroyed. The cannon blows up. Right, so it's very varied, and you know, it's fun fluff, basically. There's a chance that things can go wrong, and there's a special dice on table to make sure it actually happens, and there's that random chance something goes wrong. It's quite fun in that way. A lot of the rules exist in Warhammer Fantasy for purposes of roleplay, I think is the best way to put it. Yeah, there's a pretty high chance Skaven stuff would explode. And a lot of the more experimental stuff from the Empire as well. So, the combat phase is one where I've noticed the most differences between Warhammer Fantasy and the Old World. So, how it works is you choose a fight to go through. You choose who can. Well, you work out who can fight. You roll to hit, roll to wound, make your armor saves, remove casualties. This is where one of the best changes comes in. So, when you charge, unlike the last edition of Warhammer Fantasy, you don't automatically strike first. You get +1 to your initiative for charging. So, the active player chooses the order in which combats are resolved. Each combat must be fully resolved before moving on to the next one. Each combat is resolved in initiative order. Models in a charging unit gain a bonus for their initiative for the remainder of that turn, depending on how far they charged. So, charging an enemy or front arc, you get +1 initiative per 1 full inch moved, to a maximum of +3. Fairly straightforward. Charging an enemy in the rear arc, +1 initiative for every 1 inch moved, to a maximum of 4. So, your Emperor, not Emperor's Children, thanks for distracting me. If your knights charge 18 inches, like they can, 16 inches, they'll get +3 to their initiative on that charge. Plus whatever they get for whatever bonuses anything else might give them. It doesn't automatically mean you will strike first, but it does guarantee that the quicker and further you move in, the more initiative you have, which, from a narrative point of view, makes a lot of sense, right? If someone charges you from a really far distance away and you're not expecting it, you're probably going to be caught more off guard and therefore be less reactive to it. This is a great rule. It also, you know, makes cavalry charges a lot more impactful than, you know, we're just breathing down each other's collars, and then I decide to stab you with a sword. You're probably quite tense, worried about the fact I'm like right in front of you and about to charge, so you're probably quite tense and probably prepared for the charge. Now, each model in fighting rank can attack, where models that are not in base contact with the enemy may only make one attack regardless of the number of attacks on profile. To work out how many attacks a unit can make in that regards, what's in the fighting rank, it's the front rank plus whatever bonuses the weapons you're using give you. To roll to hit is a little bit different than shooting. There's a table, as it's your skill with a weapon versus mine. Because if you have a sword and I have a sword and I'm trying to hit you with my sword, you're probably going to use your sword to stop me from hitting you with my sword. Right? So the weapon skill of both you and your opponent are factored into working out whether or not it hit. So I'm a Bretonnian, I hit on weapon skill 4. You're a man of the Empire. Your weapon skill 3. So I'm going to be able to hit you on a 3+. I hit. Your weapon skill 3, I'm weapon skill 4. You need a 4+ to hit. Missed. I'm a legendary hero of some faction. I am weapon skill 7. And your weapon skill 3, I need a 2 to hit. I still hit. Your weapon skill 3, I'm weapon skill 7, you need a 5+ to hit. You need to be very... You missed. The table's there, and remember, this is just a double-sided sheet of A3 paper. But the table's there, it's quite easy to reference, and kind of makes sense. One thing that's nice is, no matter how unskilled you are, you'll still be able to hit. So even the dumbest, most idiotic, incapable goblin might still be able to wound the most legendary and most capable knight of the elves on a 5+. There's always a chance. I mean, you still have to wound, and in these situations, you're probably not going to have a chance to wound. But, you know, there's always a chance. So then once everyone's hit, everyone's been wounded or survived, based on their armor saves, and their to-wound rolls, which is the same as with shooting. It's the same wound table. And you've done the same armor saves or ward saves, which are invulnerable saves, to use 40k terminology. You then remove the casualties and work out So, this is where the wording gets a little bit confusing, but is really good. So, it says casualties are removed from the rear rank of unit as normal, but if a model has stepped forwards, which is what it's meant to represent, they can't attack. So, in a situation where my Knights of the Realm have attacked your Empire Men-at-Arms, and I've killed 5 in the front rank, so I've killed the front rank, assuming it's a normal situation. You would then remove 5 models from the back of your unit for the ease of play, to represent that the, you know, people have stepped forward to replace those 5 people who just got murdered by my knights. Those people who stepped forward don't get to attack, because they're busy moving forward to keep formation rather than being ready to strike. So what it really should say is casualties are removed from the front, as that's a better way of explaining it in the rules, but this is a really good change. Like, so again, Knights of Realm charging into a formation, smacking through, killing a bunch of people. There's no one left ready to take that attack in and fight back, because they've all just been murdered by the knights. Which is a really nice change. It means there's a reason to charge even more now, right? There's even more incentive to get in there and beat the crap out of people. So yeah, this is a really good change. Makes charging even more important, whilst also, you know, keeping it very dangerous. And another thing as well, you can't stay in combat. an attack happens and then someone wins or loses. So once everyone in that combat have finished doing their attack, so everyone's attacked at every initiative value, the charging unit's probably attacked first and the defending unit probably struck back in most situations. You then work out who won the combat. So for every wound you caused, you score a point. For every rank you have, so how many layers of that block there is, you score a point. For every standard you own, for every standard in that unit, you gain, or in that fight on your side, you gain a point. For every battle standard, you gain a point involved in that combat. A flank attack gets you an extra point. Rear attack gets you 2 points. If you have the high ground, you gain an extra point. For every wound that spills over, say you do 3 wounds to a model, and there's only 2. If that model only has 2, then you score an extra point for that third one. And then any other bonuses. Whoever has the highest number wins. The loser then must do a leadership check. And that's modified by the difference between the units. So, in the situation here, right, where we've got our wonderful high elves, and our Skaven, and the Skaven have lost by 2 points. Right, they've lost by 2. They have a leadership of 6, I'm going to assume. I'd need to roll less than 4 on these dice. I rolled a 6. So I've failed my leadership check by 2. So if a model of a natural roll is higher than the leader's... so if the natural roll, which is 6, is higher than the unit's leadership, the unit breaks and flees, it just runs away. If the natural roll is equal to or lower than the leadership, but the modified result is higher than the unit's leadership, I fall back in good order. So in this situation, these guys will fall back in good order. We'll go through that here. If the modified result is equal or lower to the unit's leadership, or if the roll is natural to 1, the unit gives ground. That's the point. It doesn't actually say here what that means. But to fall back in good order, basically, they fall back a distance away. In fantasy, you don't stay in combat. At the end of a turn, someone's lost that combat, someone's falling back, or running away in terror. And then next turn... So let's say in a situation where Skaven have once you charged, like earlier, and then they lost combat, they fell back in good order, it's now a High Elves' turn. In their movement phase they could declare a charge and charge back in. And it keeps going until one unit breaks and runs away, or for good, or the unit's wiped out. And so why the charge modifiers are how they are as well. Because like in this situation, the Skaven have fallen back. These guys are charged in. They wouldn't have as much of a charge bonus because they started quite close to each other. Then in a situation where High Elves lose, they'd probably fall back in good order, and Skaven would charge in. And so on, and you'd end up just having this kind of fight happening on the battlefield. Which, across a scale of combat, you know, if you have like massive blocks of army, it would look it looks really cool basically when this happens. And so the fact that rules are really emphasized when it's kind of like pushing and shoving kind of matches in close combat is really fun. Alright, just a quick snack break, because, yeah. It's, now 4 o'clock, and I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so just having a quick snack, and then we'll, look in more detail at the rulebook, at the rules. Right. That's supposed to be a rulebook out. Is there any particular part of the rules you guys want me to go over? Or have a look at in more detail? As I think the first one for me personally is going to be magic. Poisoned. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at that now. Okay, so start with magic because this is one of those big changes. So the laws of magic are significantly more simple to represent the fact that this isn't, you know, Warhammer Fantasy, where magic is a lot more refined by the College of Magic. So, at the beginning of the game, a wizard generates their spells. Yeah, but you'll see what I mean as you go into this. So you roll a number of d6 equal to your wizard's level. So if you have a level 4 wizard, you'd roll. Huh. So in this case I'd have to keep rolling until I got numbers which are unique. Okay, so those will be my 4 spells. Oh well, I could always change one for one of these signature spells, which we'll get onto in a second. So, these spells are split into different types of spells. There's enchantment spells, which empower the cast, basically buffs. Hexes, which are debuffs to the enemy. Conveyance, which are movement spells. Magic missiles. That's fairly explanatory. Magical vortex. Basically just chaos that moves randomly on the board, and assailments, which are close combat spells. And these are split into different types of magic. Your spellcaster's stat lines shows what magic they can use. So you have battle magic, demonology, dark magic, elementalism, high magic, illusion, necromancy, warg magic, and that's it currently. So on your spellcaster's stats, it will tell you what magic you can choose from, and you must choose a discipline. So let's say I have a level 3 battle magic wizard. Okay, I have Fireball, Arcane Urgency, and Oaken Shield. Those are my spells. Those are ones that wizard knows. And so, it's keeping with the idea it's a level 3 wizard. I want to cast Oaken Shield on the wizard. It has a casting value of 7, so I need to roll a 4 or higher on these dice. Because you take the wizard's level and add it to your dice roll. So as it's a level 3 wizard, casting a 7+ spell, I need 4 on the dice. In which case, rolling a 6, I pass, as that would result in a casting level of 9, and I only need a 7+. And so, until the next turn, that guy has a 5+ ward save, which is quite handy. When I cast Fireball, this is one you cast in the shooting phase. So Wizard's free, it's an 8+ spell, so I need to cast a 5, so I need a 5 or higher on these dice. A 6, again, that passes. So this is a shooting attack, so in this case, it's 24-inch range, shooting attack. That does 2d6, strength 4 hits, so that's how many hits it does, 2d6. So in this case, please just roll anything other than a 2, thank you. So in this case, 9 hits at strength 4 against the enemy target, so I would do 9 wound rolls at strength 4 against whatever I'm shooting at, and they'd take whatever saves they have, because this doesn't have any AP value. That's another thing as well. If you're familiar with 40k and the AP system there, it's taken from Warhammer Fantasy, in which the AP value is a modifier to your armor save. Armor is 221. Oh, there's an index on the back. That's also useful. Yeah, so it says here, the enemy target unit suffers 2d6 strength 4 hits. So a spell is strength 4 and you do 2d6 amount. So, let's take our wonderful high elf volunteers again. So these guys are wearing full plate armor. So it's a 4+ save because he's a Swordmaster as a power. If I think we actually get something better, we'll have a look in the army book for them. Yeah, magic is very simple now. It's so much more streamlined and just objectively better than the nonsense we had. So these guys have an have an armor value of 4+, meaning that to wound them I need to, well, in order for them to be wounded, sorry, I need to roll less than 4 on dice. So 1 would be wounded here. Say that the enemy is hitting me with arrows, which are AP -1. That would mean that the armor would be a 5+ save. In which case, well, it doesn't really matter in this example, but I need to roll a 5+ to hit. So, right, as this is all based on universal special rules, generally speaking, you should be able to find what you're looking for here. So, someone asked about poisoned. So I come here to the index, I look for poisoned attacks, which is 175, and now we can just turn to that page to find what that rule means. So, poisoned attacks. If a model with a poison attack rolls a natural 6 when making a roll to hit, the hit will wound automatically. That's quite useful. Unless otherwise stated, a model with this special rule may use it when making both shooting and combat attacks. Any spells cast by this model are unaffected though, as are any made with magical weapons. And there is a little note here saying, note that if this attack needs a hit roll of a 7+ or hits automatically, this special rule cannot be used. So as long as you roll to hit and you hit successfully, and you roll a 6 in doing so, you wound. There's a interesting change to what I'm familiar with, and again streamlines it a bit. And yeah, there are a lot of special rules into this game, as everything uses a universal special rules system. So when you look at a unit's stats, you'll see what special rules it has. So in the case of the let's take, the Knights of the Realm. We have the Blessings of the Lady, which is a Bretonia special rule, which will be in their army book. For Close Order, we can see here, Close Order means that a unit consisting of a special rule may adopt a Close Order formation described on page 100. Okay? They can countercharge. The special rule can only be used by units that consist entirely of models with this special rule. When a unit with this special rule is charged in its front arc by the enemy whose troop type is cavalry, chariot, or monster, it may declare a countercharge reaction. In which case, the unit surges forward to meet the enemy charge. Measure the distance between the two units. If the distance is less than the movement range of the charged unit has not enough time to meet the enemy charge and must either hold or flee instead. Otherwise, pivot the unit around its center so it's facing directly towards the center of the enemy charging unit. Pivoting, the unit moves d3+1 directly towards the enemy unit. Both units are considered to have charged during this turn. That's a pretty handy special rule to have if you know, being run down by other horses, you can charge them back. It can... finest war horses. I'm going to assume is in here as well. Maybe not. It might be a Bretonnian only thing, which is fine. First charge. If this unit's first charge of the game is successful, the charge target becomes disrupted until the end of the combat phase. Lance formation, that's Bretonnia special one. Swift stride will be in here. Swift stride. A unit with a special rule increases maximum possible range by 3 inches. As what I was saying earlier about the charge distances. And when it makes a charge for the pursuit roll, apply a plus d6 modifier to result. So when cavalry charges, in this case, it's got a movement characteristic of 8, plus 3, because it's got swift stride, and I roll 2d6, well, sorry, 3d6. No, the best way to do it would be 2d6, discard the lowest, and roll. So in this case, guys are moving 4 plus 8, that's 12, so 15 inches in total. Because I have a Swift Stride special rule. And then the Knight's Vow, that's a Bretonnian only thing, and that'll be in the Bretonnian book. I really like this way of doing things, with the special rules being listed here, because basically anything that's on cavalry will have the Swift Stride special rule. Then also fast things like dogs or lions or whatever might also have it as well. Birds, giant birds might have it. And so if someone says, oh, this unit has Swift Stride, I can know what that means because it's not, you know, something written on their data sheet that's unique to them. And it also stops things like in Warhammer 40k, one of my pet peeves was how they, I think they still do, handle Deep Strike. So the purpose of a Deep Strike is unit not on board is now on board in area. Right? There might be some conditions to it depending on which edition we're playing, but that's the general gist of it. In 40k for a long time, there was Manta Strike, there's Teleportation, there was all sorts of other names for it on datasheets, and a lot of datasheets would be trying to say the exact same rule, but have slightly different wording about it, which would have huge implications. Whereas here, in fantasy, it would be just, it's Deep Strike. It appears. That's the rule. And you'd say, oh, this unit has the Deep Strike rule. What's the Timber rule? When a behemoth falls in battle, it can cause utter devastation. When this model is reduced to 0 wounds, the winner of a roll-off chooses one of its arcs, front, flank, or rear, for it to fall into. Any units that are within the chosen arc and in base contact with this model suffer d6 hits using the strength characteristic of this model with an AP of -1. Once these hits are resolved, the model is removed from play. So if you had a giant, it likely will have the timber rule, and when it's I'll get a different colored dice. When it dies, when it's reduced to 0, and so you have a yeah, that makes a bit of sense. See, you have a roll off, and whoever wins gets to choose which direction it falls. So I'm going to say I'm a black dice, the opponent's a white dice. I'd probably want that giant falling that way towards him. And so any unit within base contact with a giant behind him would then suffer how many hits? 6 hits at the giant strength and AP -1. And yeah, there's lots and lots of rules in here. Most of these rules you probably won't interact with, but it's good to know that when you do, they are in here. And if they're not in here, it's because it's unique to the army you're playing, and it will be in their section. So, for example, Blessings of the Lady, right, as that's already come up. And we're going to be playing Bretonnians. Oh, we need to go to the Bretonnian section of this army book. Right, Blessings of a Lady means that, so as the rule reads, once deployment is complete, instead of rolling off to determine which player takes the first turn, the Kingdom of Bretonnia army may kneel and pray for Blessings of a Lady. If it does so, the opposing player counts as having won the roll-off and the Lady's blessing is granted, giving all models in the Kingdom of Bretonnia army this special rule, which gives you a 6+ ward save against any wounds suffered, and a 5+ ward save against any wounds suffered that were caused by an attack which is strength 5 or higher. Note, if there's no roll-off to determine which player takes the first turn, the Kingdom of Bretonnia army cannot kneel and pray for a blessing. Note also that, should two Kingdoms of Bretonnia armies face one another, neither may kneel and pray for blessings of the Lady. The Lady will not give her blessings to those that wage internecine wars, and no knight would presume to ask. Losing a blessing. Unlike other special rules, the Blessings of a Lady can be lost during a game. Any model or unit that flees, or any character that refuses a challenge, will immediately lose the special rule. Note that for purposes of a special rule, falling back in good order does not count as fleeing. But the other unique rules that we came across was the finest war horses. When a unit with a special rule makes a charge, flee, or pursuit roll, it may re-roll any dice that roll a natural 1 before discarding any dice that are required to be discarded. It's really handy to have. So, yeah, basically, this edition of Warhammer Fantasy is incredible. I know it's not Warhammer Fantasy, and I went on a bit of a rant earlier saying about how this is not Warhammer Fantasy, but from a rules perspective, this is. This is a new edition of Warhammer Fantasy tabletop. In the same way, the Horus Heresy is a continuation of the old 40k rule system before 8th edition happened. And it is really good. I'm still yet to find anything that makes it go, I'm not sure if I like that change. Magic has been drastically simplified. The rules for Magic simplified. Charging is so much better now. There's actually like a risk and reward to it, without it being just a whoever charges wins, which is nice. Charging has an impact, but in a different way now, because if you charge and get those hits in first, you will drastically limit the amount of attacks coming back. If you played Emperor's Children with Horus Heresy, you'll understand what that feels like. Just now that's universal across the entire game, which is, I think, really how it should be. It's nice to see the charts back, although this is again still fantasy. And also, it's like one of the things which I'm glad they didn't change is the fact that charging happens in the movement phase. It's one of those things that's always kind of come across as a bit weird to me when it comes to 40k and Horus Heresy now. As someone who, well, when I started playing Warhammer, I started off with Fantasy, and then I started playing 5th edition 40k. In 5th edition 40k, there was no charging in like we didn't have a charge phase. Your charging was done in the movement phase. So when 6th edition 40k changed that, and since then that's been the norm, it's always been a bit weird for me. Like, I get it, and I think it flows okay-ish, but the issue is it makes shooting so much more prominent and so much more powerful. And I think that kind of sucks, to be honest. So I'm really glad in this game, which is so much more melee focused than 40k is, they've chosen to keep charging as part of the movement phase. Because it also makes you really think, right? It's also the very first thing you do is charge. So you have to spend your previous turn setting up a charge and hoping your opponent hasn't found a way to counter it. It makes it so much more tactical and more about thinking, and puts the emphasis on you making the correct moves more important than you making use of rules correctly, if that makes sense. Like, how you position your troops on battlefield has more of an impact than the dice rolling will or the rules those units have. And I think that's really good because it puts it more in the it makes the games more about the player's skill than what list you brought. Naturally, just how it is. Yeah. Although they can have an impact, because if your units flee and run away through your troops, that can have a very bad impact on the troops behind them. But yeah, having units which aren't worth attacking in the way of the units your opponent wants to attack is really useful. Because, like, in the example of, let's say I'm playing Bretonia, right? Because this is going to happen here. I'm going to use my men-at-arms to try and block you from charging my knights, so that my knights can move into position where they can charge you. The same with mounted yeomen. They basically form the same role. Although mounted yeomen are actually really good in this edition for moving around and flanking the enemy, and charging them from angles which they don't want to be charged from. And it's why peasants are still useful. It's like, do you really want to have to deal with fighting a unit of peasants, knowing that you're giving your opponent an entire turn to position to attack you? Right. What I think I'm gonna do, lads and lasses, and those in between. I think what I'm gonna do now, for my own sake, is I'm gonna wrap up this stream here. I'm gonna have a break. I need a nap. I need to let my throat rest. And what we'll do is we'll have a stream later at the normal time, which will be 8:30, so in a few hours' time. well, yeah, 4 hours time, we'll stream again and we'll start putting models together. We'll have a hobbying stream tonight, and I'll put a vote up on Discord on what unit you want to see me build. And if I happen to build that unit in that time, we'll move on to the second most voted one and so on. And like I'm currently doing, it will be streamed onto YouTube as well. For all of this box, anything to do with the Old World starter box will be put onto the main YouTube channel as well, like this one currently is. So yeah, if you're over on Twitch, make sure to hit follow so you get notified about when I'm going live. A lot of the coming weeks will be Warhammer Old World focused on both building and hobbying and Warhammer Total War stuff. And there'll be occasional Battletech Mech Warrior related stuff sprinkled in as well. If you're over on YouTube and you've discovered me for the first time, hi! Welcome. I wasn't expecting anyone, but if you have found me, consider subscribing over on YouTube. It's greatly appreciated. I'm doing Old World content creation, occasionally Horus Heresy stuff on YouTube. Might do Battletech stuff on YouTube. We'll see. But this will be a core focus of YouTube content, so if you like Old World stuff, it's worth subscribing over on YouTube. And for both groups of people, make sure to join my Discord server. I'm fairly certain if you type !Discord on YouTube, it should work. If not, there's a link on my homepage if you need it. On Twitch, I know the command works, and Aberrant's already put it in chat. So yeah, make sure to join the Discord server so you can vote for what units I build later. And yeah, if you have enjoyed the content or you want to see me build certain units, or I don't know, just feeling kind and supportive, you can always support me via Ko-fi. At the moment, as you can see from a progress bar at the top of the screen, I am currently raising money to actually buy more Bretonian stuff. So if there's a particular unit you want to see built and painted and reviewed or talked about, this is the best way to do it. So if you're like not sure about how you'd put together like the Yeoman or like the Grail Reliquae or Battle Pilgrims, then help support me by donating via Ko-fi, and that money will probably end up being put towards those units. At the moment, currently trying to raise money to actually just pay off all of this stuff. So if you want to help with that, that's greatly appreciated. In future streams, and you want to donate during stream, text-to-speech is enabled on donations. So if you want to make use of that, you can. If not, there's also a soundboard as well beneath the stream, which has some very fun and definitely not annoying sounds you can annoy me with. Including West Bretonia, which isn't an annoying song, but yeah, that's fair as well. But yeah, wow, I can actually start to feel my voice going. So I need to shut up and end the stream, so that there might be a chance of streaming tonight. Yeah. Right, thank you everyone so much for joining me today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you've answered a bunch of questions. If you have more, ask me on Discord. If I can type out the answer, I'm more likely to actually answer it at this point. So, yeah. Catch you all later.